precious games for all. Hello everyone and welcome to Tinfoil Tuesday. This is the Flat Earth edition, so we're going to be watching all Flat Earth videos all the time. So thank you everyone for coming to the stream. I've had the past few days without one, which is honestly probably the longest I've gone without a stream since I started hitting it hard. Jousterson, thank you for the 15 bits. I was gonna stream yesterday, but I forgot I was hanging out with Jake and Sarah with Baja, so hope you all had a nice weekend. I'll get your bingo cards ready. Let me post it in the chat once again. Remember, if anyone, if this is your first time, welcome to Tinfoil Tuesday. We always do weird conspiracy theories and stuff. We try and debunk them to the best of our abilities. Usually we just end up making fun of them, but hey, it is what it is. We also do Tinfoil Tuesday Bingo, the bingo card that I posted into chat. If you are the first person to get bingo on Tinfoil Tuesday, I will either gift you a sub, or if you don't have a sub, or if you do have a sub already, rather, I will write your name down, so when it does come up for renewal, I can do that for you. Random guy, 23, 24, can you make an exception for the Alex Jones video? He interviews a trans woman and hits on her. Oh god, I can save it for another time. I try not to take, videos people send me on Tinfoil Tuesday, because with the bingo, if you know what your card is, and you send me a bunch of videos that specifically talk about things in your card, you can sort of skew it so you win the bingo. Can we get some love for Michael Brooks first? Was he the gentleman who unfortunately passed away? I did hear about that. That's very sad. I can't say I was someone who watched their stream regularly, but I know they meant a lot to a lot of people. I know Baja was a big fan. I mean, she was watching some videos this morning, so it's very sad. Very, very sad. Welcome to the stream, the Flower Girl 13. Yeah, pretty sad. How's the new kitty? We did get a new kitty. The kitty is in the room across the hall from my office. She's very scared, unfortunately. She's doing a little bit better now. We're going in there every once in a while to check on her. Hopefully, as time goes on, she'll continue to get more comfortable. I cannot show you the kitty. No. I can show you a picture of the kitty, but I can't bring the kitty in here. Let me see if I can pull up a photo real quick. Kitty photo. Can we talk about the Trump memo? The one that's, here she is. It's a picture of her in the room. She's enjoying the cubicle space. The Trump memo, where Trump was telling people basically how to transvestigate people. Yes, very strange. Very, very strange. It's now patriotic to wear a mask. You're about 5 months too late, Donald. 5 months too late. Thank you, Altered Rin, for the 39 bits. Says Orange Man bad. Yes, Orange Man is bad. PK the Lost says, first time watching, happy to be here. Thank you. The Flower Girl 13 with 5 bits, new to the stream, longtime fan, welcome. Daddy Sume with 10 bits. I got the job, I think, Hannah. Yay me. Oh, congratulations. I'm glad. Jouster's in with 15 bits. I think that's all the bits that I missed. Thank you, everyone. I wonder if he took notes from Hans, how to spot a trans person. I would say Hans Wormhat's thinking abilities are a bit above Donald's. I think he wouldn't be able to follow the videos. Dude Spanking Dude says, no more links. Link your shit tomorrow when the stream is ending. Yeah. We're not doing links, during bingo because you could skew the videos in your favor. So it's just to keep the bingo game pure. If anyone didn't see and wasn't here the past few days, I did indeed get... oh shit, I still need to add the bingo command. I'm sorry, here's a link. Oh, I lost my train of thought. Oh, I got partner on Twitch, so I'm a partner now, which is great. We have new emotes, if you didn't see. The same ones that have been new for the past couple days, but just in case anyone else didn't notice, we have, you know, a bunch of little emotes. We have a source emote, a thick, curvy Earth emote, which will probably get some use today, a Galaxy Trans Rights emote, Trans Rights Satan, and Alumina. So, thank you, Kaiser Kaizen, for following. The hat behind me is super cute. Oh, this? Yeah, someone sent this in the PO unboxing. And this is gonna be if the professor, my D&D character, dies and regenerates because she's sort of an off-brand Time Lord. This is gonna be the hat for the next professor because I love it. It's very Tom Baker, and it's purple. I don't know if I'd throw some goggles on it to fit, like, the professor's aesthetic more. Maybe I'll just stick with the hat, though. I don't know. Alright, I guess we should get to the content. Because content is queen. True facts. Ooh, fancy transition. Oh, that's my Reddit. So we have Globe Busters. They have this guy right here. If you watched the Behind the Curve documentary, he is the guy, and this is the group that bought the, like, $20,000 laser gyroscope and proved the Earth was flat. So, good job. Or no, proved that the Earth was round, rather. Sorry. We have D Marble. Flat Earth, globe debunked in under 6 minutes, so that's impressive. I guess I'll be converted within 6 minutes. We have this guy, Phuket World. He has a bunch of stuff about, like, the horizon. I assume he lives by the ocean. Flat Earth Talk, Level Earth Observer. Looks like he did a response to Psyman Dan, which we might take a look at, and do a response to his response to Psyman Dan. Of course, Nathan Thompson, who recently was flat smacking at Whole Foods. So we're gonna peep the Gleason with him. That all makes sense if you watch all my streams, I swear. Oh no, the thing closed. Hold on, I gotta fix the window capture. There we go. Don't you love it when people prove the stuff they're set out to disprove? Yeah. It's hilarious. Alright, so what should we do first? Globe Busters has a bunch of videos. Hippocratic hypocrisy. Oh no. Let me see what their most popular videos are, I guess. Antarctica. Vacuum facts dismantle space NASA hoax. Oh god, the fake NASA ISS interior, a technical breakdown. Yikerinos. The moon is not a sphere? It is, though. What do you guys think? Any of these look promising? Yeah, the flat Earth is basically a free spot today. The moon is not a sphere. Yeah, let me see if I have flat Earth. Oh, do I not have flat Earth on the day that it's like... Of course I don't. Ah. Yeah, if you have flat Earth, that's basically a free space today. So you're welcome. The moon? Alright, let's see what they have to say about the moon.
Of course it's serious. This is capital letters B, right?
Nothing says top-notch video production quality like filming something from your TV with a camcorder from 1997.
As in Galilee. Leo. Time to rethink
Oh, it's sensate. I like sensate.
geocentrism.
It's very easy to paint in this style. Still water is always level. Still water is always level. Always level. Always level.
Yeah, level doesn't mean flat on the planet Earth, though. That's not what that means.
Level. Level. Level.
Oh, God.
Greetings.
Flat Earthers do this thing where they say, water always finds its level. It means nothing. What they mean to say is water appears flat on a very large sphere, but water does curve. Curved water. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Bow. This is the horizon, by the way. You can see this, going down over the horizon. Curved water. I'm looking for, like, a water droplet. They have this thing where they think that water cannot curve, when, of course, this isn't the case. If you've ever seen water droplets, they're spherical, and because the Earth has gravity, and the water is sticking to it because of it, it follows the curvature like everything else that's on the Earth. Thank you to Dude Spanking Dudes with 1 bit. Says, Hannah, don't open this. It has nothing to do with Tinfoil Tuesday. There are chuds who use this person's art to be chuddy. This person is behind the femboy Hooters meme. And the person is non-binary and pro-trans, so suck it, chads. Okay.
This is masterpiece. And though it's spelled this way, it also refers to my artistic self.
Oh, God.
Just so I'm not wasting any time, if you would like to skip this introduction, just skip ahead to about the 7-minute 30 mark, and you'll get what you came for.
Is he just gonna promote his art? Let's see his art.
As long as I can remember, I have had an above-average ability to imagine details of objects, faces, or events in great detail.
Humble brag.
I have also had the ability to render what is inside my mind onto paper or canvas for the public to see.
Look, I'm not saying this guy isn't talented, but, like, it's a little self-important to talk about yourself this way, right? A lot of people are talented artists.
When I was 6, my art was published in my regional school board's pamphlet under the headings of the arts. I was always better than, or on par with, my school art teachers, and realized I needed advanced lessons if I was going to truly learn anything.
Yeah, that's a cool painting. It's great.
I have won speed painting competitions and have had paintings hung in a few town halls around my way. But I don't say this to toot my own horn, but to legitimize and bring another aspect to this flat earth movement. And that's what I'm calling the APFE, the artist's perspective on flat earth.
Okay, your art ability, well, it is great. That's a really great painting. It's cool. It's kind of like a kid, but there's space, and it's all kinds of colorful. That's fantastic. Has nothing to do with what the shape of the Earth is, though.
As an advanced arts student, we are shared information that is not given to the standard intellectual or predominantly left-brained population.
This is like some weirdly... You ever seen the subreddit, I am very smart? This is like that, but it's like, I am very artsy. I'm so right-brained. Take this, you logical jerks. I can visualize things with my brain meats.
Taught to see, and not only that, but how to reproduce what we see so that when it's gone, we can reproduce it and capture its likeness without...
Daddy Sume says, does this count as expert giving an opinion outside their field of expertise? You're goddamn right it does. Yes, I would say for sure.
it physically being there. For example, we as art students need to observe a piece of folded cloth or a nude figure in order to accurately reproduce it in the future when there is no such item present. Say a woman from another country wants a painting of herself from a photograph, but with updated clothes. Instead of a cotton t-shirt, she wants a fleece sweater. As an artist, I would have to reproduce what that particular fabric, texture, light absorption, resting weight, thickness, etc., in order for it to appear realistic, or that she was actually wearing the fleece sweater in the picture.
Correct, but none of this has anything to do with the shape of the Earth. You can... In fact, I would argue, because you're so good at mentally visualizing things, you would also be able to create false models in your head that appear correct. Does that make sense? Like, you know how things work, therefore you are able to come up with models in your brain. That doesn't mean that the model that is internally consistent in your brain of a flat Earth is consistent with actual reality. For instance, like, as an artist, you could probably, if I said, imagine a minotaur, as an artist, you would probably, in your head, be able to illustrate a minotaur very well and hold that picture in your mind very vividly. I have very bad sort of spatial and visual thinking. I can't keep images in my head very long. They're just like flashes, and I can't hold on to them and keep them consistent. I think in words, right? Which is why I think I do this for a living. All right. I'm not the best orator in the world, but I think I explain myself relatively well, and I'm able to have my mouth open and words spill out of it, right? But that doesn't make minotaurs real. Just because you can picture a minotaur in amazing detail with the most realistic anatomy you could imagine a minotaur to have doesn't make minotaurs real. It just means you're good at very specific artistic thinking. And that's a talent. That's fantastic. Like, I'm glad that there's all sorts of different people out here in the world with different ability levels and different skills that they're good at. Like, I wouldn't want to live in a world of all me's where no one can draw for shit and, like, no illustrations and beautiful art are made. But it doesn't mean that everything you can picture and create models of in your mind becomes the truth, right?
Without learning to observe, an artist like myself would always have to have said object present at the time of production. Any great artist can reproduce anything they've seen or drawn at least once before.
That's definitely not true. There are plenty of artists who would need to have some sort of model or some sort of reference material at hand at all times, and there's nothing wrong with that.
This is the power of the artistic mind, which sounds like autistic, and we already know that there are plenty examples of autistic people that are able to reproduce mind-boggling, beautiful works of art. But to stay on topic, as a young child...
This is something that they like to point out, too. They like to say that the moon can't create a shadow smaller than itself, but honestly, you can all do this experiment right in front of you. If you hold something up, especially sphere-shaped, depending on the point of light, there are times when shadows, if you have a shadow when you move the object away from the place in which it's casting a shadow, it can create a smaller shadow. I'd have to find a ball. Where do I have a ball other than below my feet? I don't have one on me, but you can do this. I think Simon Dan did a demonstration of this at one point.
Learning about the solar system, I, like many children, had many questions. However, I cannot help but feel like my questions were just a little different than the other children, and possibly more advanced. It took a lot of brainwashing and indoctrination via school, Hollywood, TV, and media, etc., to get me to forget these questions that I had when I was young. But since stepping into the flat earth knowledge, these questions and images have come flooding back to my mind, and I'm very excited to share it with you, because what I'm going to share with you today will totally debunk the spherical moon theory from here and forevermore.
Oh, this isn't even just flat Earth. This is flat moon. I am so on board for flat moon theory. This is like thinking 7 levels ahead of the flat earthers. Fuck your flat Earth. I'm going to the flat moon, bitch. Neil Armstrong, sailing through the space on a disc. I like it.
Before I begin, I want to let you know that the arts are one of the most important realms of learning in existence.
Terra
Science,
Supernova, thank you for
maths,
following.
And physics can be taught through the arts. When we are learning about intellectual sciences and things like arithmetic, physics, chemistry, etc., etc., we are stimulating the left brain. But when we incorporate...
It's funny that he's talking about how smart he is and then bringing up left brain, right brain. I'm pretty sure the whole left brain, right brain thing has been pretty debunked at this point. Let's take a look, shall we? Left brain, right brain. True? Question mark? The left brain, right brain myth stems from the common idea that your dominant personality traits are related. Oh, shut up. Thank you to Danny Sume for a bit, with a link, like this, Hannah. I don't. Yes, that's exactly it. Neil Armstrong, in fact, owns armor exactly like that. The left brain, right brain myth stems from the common idea that your dominant personality traits are related to which side of your brain has more control. Supposedly, the left brain people are more logical, while right brain people are more creative. The popular idea has been around for more than 200 years and has proliferated in the age of BuzzFeed personality quizzes, but it simply isn't true. In reality, people use both sides of the brain equally, and logic and creativity are not mutually exclusive. So, this guy's full of shit. He's talking about how big-brained, right-brained he is or whatever, and really it has nothing to do with that. It's fine to say you have artistic talent when you do. Clearly this guy is an amazing artist. It has nothing to do with his qualifications to debunk the shape of the moon.
Incorporate the right brain, things like arts and music. Well, now we are engaging both hemispheres of the brain, and that empowers our subconscious to connect dots in such ways that present an opportunity to problem solve for a bigger picture.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Altered Rin, thank you for continuing your subscription. Look how flat this moon is. Wow. Let me click on that. Genuine question, since I haven't heard about this from flat earthers, please only reply if you're a flat earther or you know the answer that came from a flat earther. But what is the shape of the moon? Do they accept it's round as it can easily be seen? Not only that, but you can see shadows cast on the moon that are, you know, it's very silly. It's all very silly.
People who engage their left and right brain while learning also incorporate both while problem solving. This is why you may experience artsy people as an asset while
That's what I don't get. Well, I guess I do get it, because the shadows on the moon, because the sun is lighting it from a different angle, they don't believe that the moon, at least many of flat earthers, don't believe the moon is reflecting light from the sun. They believe it's its own light source. Of course, that isn't the case, but that's what they believe nonetheless.
participating in escape rooms or other creative games. Artsy people are able to think outside the box. In fact, the visual arts are so important and impactful to society that the great artists of
Yeah, the left brain, right brain thing is more like a pop cultural myth, not citing a study.
the day were actually given the subject matter to paint. The elite controlled the subject matter for the artists, the very same way they control a performing or a recording artist today. They give them the general outlines and then give the artist their leeway to put their spin on it, or to make it theirs, so to speak. Michelangelo detested the process he endured by his most famous work, the Sistine Chapel. He was actually ordered by the church to produce the masterpiece on the ceiling. He was given the subject matter, but it was Michelangelo that physically rendered and mixed the paints and painted it. And it is still influencing and inspiring people today. The imaginative power of an artist is unrivaled by any other character type. From my personal experience, it is sometimes a burden having such photographic, true-to-life memory. Haunting and horrible images that are not intended to be viewed stay with an artist long after observed. Scary, twisted, horrifying images are made realistic in nightmares or in waking life, as when someone is describing a surgery or an accident. The graphic reconstruction in the artist's mind is so real, he or she almost feels the pain right then and there. I'm sure most artists watching this can agree.
This is like a weird, just self-promotion video. Like, dude, get to the thing that you're trying to claim. Stop sucking your own dick in the video. I get it. You're a good artist. Come on.
This is why artists are dangerous
Get to the claims.
the system, and why the arts are given as optional school courses or are not taken as seriously as other career choices. If two people told you their professions, one a math teacher, the other an arts teacher, you would probably judge the math teacher to be smarter, more wise, or more trustworthy.
No, I wouldn't. They're both teachers. Who cares? They just study different things. I recognize that the arts are important. No one wants to live in a world without art.
Dependable, or more professional, or even more deserving of your respect.
We're almost to the point where you
Which
said
is
to
weird,
skip to anyway.
Because everyone can learn math and how to count numbers if they tried, or use a calculator. Yet no matter how hard someone who is not born with an artistic inclination may never be able to develop the talents it takes to render a family portrait.
See, I don't know if I agree with that, because regardless of where you start out artistically, it still takes years and years of practice to hone your abilities, right? Like, I'm not interested in doing illustration or anything like that. It would be cool to do, but I just don't have a passion for it in the way that some people do. So I'm not going to sit down and put in the hours of work every day in order to hone my craft. But I think most people, if given the motivation to do so, could learn that like any other skill, right? Like, this guy didn't just start out being an amazing artist. He had to work at it really hard. Like anything in this world, being an artist or whatever you might want to do involves a lot of practice and hard work. It's not necessarily just having an outright aptitude out of the womb. Tom G, 1010011010, 10 bits. Need more tinfoil for safety. True.
Or a landscape, or the correct color, or the moon.
Funny about the tools of capitalism.
The Flower Girl 13, thank you for subscribing.
Speaking of the moon, allow me to now share the information that will close the case forever on the possibility or the falsity of the moon being a sphere.
Oh good, I'm glad he's done, masturbating.
The moon is 100% absolutely not spherical, and any lunar eclipse...
I mean, you can see it in that picture. So, disagree? I've also seen the moon in person at nighttime. It's in the upward direction, typically. You can see it. It's round.
eclipse proves it, and you can prove it too. All you need is a light source and two spheres. On the right, I'll be showing video footage of past lunar eclipses that we are all familiar with. And on the left, I will be showing what a shadow moving over a sphere actually looks like. A lunar eclipse is not, I repeat, is not a shadow of a sphere or anything else circular moving across a spherical object. How do I know? There are 4 critical points of observation everyone should be looking at, and I like to call these the conformation to surface factor, the shadow diffusion factor, the sine wave or S factor, and the reflected light factor. Firstly,
we're probably going to need to look at some lunar eclipse stuff that I don't necessarily know off the top of my head, but it's stuff that you can figure out by Googling it. What do you know? Lunar eclipse occurs when the moon moves into the Earth's shadow, so of course it is the Earth causing a shadow on the moon and thus making it not illuminate anymore, because of course the moon's light is a result of reflection of the sun's light off of its surface. Many flat earthers don't think that, but nonetheless it is reality.
Consistency of how a shadow naturally moves along varied surface types. This is the conformation factor. A shadow will conform to any shape that the surface takes, thus, in a way, revealing the true shape of an object. If a shadow moves along something
to an extent
rigid like stairs, it will take the stairs' shape, revealing the level differential from step to step. If a shadow moves along a concave object like a bowl, the shadow will stretch and skew, revealing the concavity of the bowl.
Okay.
If a shadow was to move over the surface of a sphere, it would stretch and skew in a spherical manner, wrapping and receding as a bevel.
Okay, but it's like really far away and you can't see the detail on it. You can't see the detail on the moon's surface If you looked at actually, even if you looked at a telescope, it's a fucking shadow, so it's gonna be hard to see. You can't compare the Earth and the Moon, which are very far away from each other, with a light source even further away that's fucking ginormous, to you putting a dowel over a bowl. It's not the same thing. Not to mention that this bowl is smooth and shiny, so it's going to reflect light differently than the moon, which is rough and sandy and cratery, and therefore it scatters light in all kinds of directions. It's not shiny like this. You're not going to get this sort of, like, defined resolution on the shadows.
And distorts along the sphere's surface. Note that this does not and has never happened on the surface of the moon during an eclipse. Which brings us to our next factor, the shadow diffusion factor. Note, the shadow is more crisp on the edge of the bowl than it is in the lowest portion of the bowl, and sharpens as it rises back up to the edge or the source of the shadow. Note also that on a sphere, the shadow is most diffused or scattered around the edges as the sphere's surface recedes, and it is the most sharp or defined on the closest portion of the sphere. This is because the closer the source of the shadow is to the surface, the more defined its edges. The further the source of the shadow is from the surface, the larger and more faded or diffused it becomes. Another way to say this is if you place an object on a surface with a light source above, the object's shadow will appear most sharp when the object is at rest. But lift the object closer to its light source, and you will see the shadow lose its crisp edges and dull.
Yeah, but the Earth is... Let's look at the distance. Distance between Earth and Moon. Okay, so the Earth is 238,900 miles away from the Moon. Let's see if we can find a picture of this to scale. It would be helpful. So, the distance between the Earth and the Moon is this much, but the distance between, like, the edges of the Earth and the front of the Earth are not a huge difference, right? I'm trying to think of a way to explain this in a way that makes sense. The difference between the shadow being caused right here and the shadow being caused at the very equator is so minuscule compared to the actual distance between the Earth and the Moon that it's not going to make a difference. On top of that, the Earth also has atmosphere, which is going to affect light that sort of wraps around it, right? So it's not going to be the same unless that dowel has an atmosphere that's also sticking to it and can affect the refraction of light through it.
Or fade away, sometimes to the point where little to no shadow remains. This is the shadow diffusion factor.
Hello, Mig-U-R.
And in conjunction with the first factor, the conformation to the surface factor, the shadow not only rises and falls, stretches and skews with the surface, but also sharpens and dulls.
Okay, but like, the Earth is much bigger than the Moon, you get that, right? The Earth is huge compared to the Moon. The shadow is much bigger than the Moon. So you would need to get something to scale, and compared to that ball, oh god. Let's see. Earth and Moon size comparison. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay. So you would need a ball, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, like 10 times as big. I'm bad at estimating size, I'm not gonna lie to you. But that's why I looked something up. You're gonna need a ball quite a bit bigger to cast the shadow the way that you're trying to illustrate. It looks like, in fact, you have something smaller than the ball, which isn't the reality of the situation. Daddy Sume, no, Hannah, it looks big, so it big.
These two factors are almost all we need to find the true topography or shape of the moon. Yet one factor is missing. This is called the sine wave factor, or S factor. Because the moon is said to be a sphere, the shadow...
Once again, this is about the same size as this. You need something like 10 times bigger than this. Let's see, exactly. So I stopped saying incorrect information. How many times bigger is the Earth than the Moon? So we can get a rough estimate. 81! Wow, I was way off. So, in order to do this experiment correctly, you would need an item 81 times bigger than whatever you're using as the model for the Earth. This isn't going to give the same result, because A, your distance isn't even close to correct, and your size isn't close to correct. This is a pointless experiment you're doing, because nothing is to scale.
Shadow that is projected onto the moon should also take on the characteristics of the sphere. This critical factor does not appear on the moon's eclipses whatsoever.
Yeah, the shadow's fucking huge. The shadow's huge.
The sine wave factor, or the
And actually, hold on, go back, let's look at this. It does seem to distort a little bit as it gets towards the edge. Do you see that shit? It's doing the thing he says it's not doing.
This critical factor.
See, this is my problem when I try and debunk this stuff. I assume from the outright that something like the observation they're making has some semblance of truth to it, when really I need to just check every single claim, because they'll outright lie about things you can fucking see.
Does not
Look at it distort, especially as it gets towards this
appear on the
edge.
moon's
It does. You can see it start to sort of wrap around the surface of the moon.
eclipses whatsoever.
Oh my god.
The sine wave
Is he just pretending not to fucking see
take on the
it?
characteristics of the sphere. This critical factor does not appear on the moon's
You can see it doing it!
eclipses whatsoever. The sine
You can see it, like, wrap around!
wave factor, or the S factor, is what happens as an object, round or straight, spherical or bent, passes over a sphere's surface.
It's literally doing that, but at a different level, again, because the sizes are different, so the amount of curvature changes. For instance, because the object you're using to cast a shadow on this ball is smaller, the curvature is going to look much more severe, and because of the more curve, it's going to look more extreme when it does it. But the shadow of the Earth is doing that on the footage he's talking about. It just isn't as extreme because, of course, because of the size of the Earth, the curvature is very gradual, and therefore it looks a bit straighter, so the severity of the curve as it goes around the moon is going to be somewhat lessened.
As the shadow moves onto a sphere, it is wrapping
I don't know what the Pepsi logo was for.
around its curve. Starting from the outer edge and moving towards the middle, the shadow takes on the spherical contour and bends upward at its height, then falls backwards in a barrel-distorted manner. The shadow will always follow the closest edge due to perspective. The shadow will continue to create the S shape until it reaches the halfway point. As the shadow moves beyond the halfway point, it begins to bevel outward again in a barrel distortion manner. When a shadow moves along a 3D sphere, the center or closest part of the sphere to the observer is the most flat, and the shadow's shape and size the most true to life. The sphere will never be flat, but the bigger the sphere is, the less acute the angle of its curvature. So, because the innermost portion of the sphere is the closest to the observer, the less curvature is observed. However, when we observe any lunar eclipse, there is no wrapping, stretching, skewing, sharpening, or dulling of the shadow.
Okay, for one thing, I would need to see exactly where your light source is on the specific one you're doing right here, because I'm just now realizing that you might just literally have a room light on, which diffuses itself quite differently than the sun. And secondly, again, the sizes are completely wrong, the distances are all wrong.
In fact, every single lunar eclipse looks as if there is one flat disk
No, it doesn't, though. You can see it distort
moving
in this
across another
footage.
flat disk. As the circular shadow moves along the moon, It maintains its circular shape the whole way at the same pace.
It doesn't, though. You can see it speed up and slow down, particularly as it gets a little red over this area.
Its circular shape the whole way at the same pace.
Speeds up a little bit,
No stretching,
slows back down.
no skewing, no sharpening or dulling. Hopefully you all understood that, as it was quite hard for me to put into words. Those three factors are good enough for us to see that the moon is not a sphere, but one factor is needed to realize the moon's surroundings, and that's reflected light. When another object under the same light source is in close proximity of the object in question, i.e. the moon, it should have light bouncing off of the Earth and reflecting onto the moon.
The Earth isn't very reflective, though. The Earth is covered in mostly water, which on the ocean is rough and is going to not reflect directly out, but it's going to diffuse light. We also have an atmosphere, which does things to radiation, light being a type of radiation. And then, of course, you have the ground, which is 30% of the Earth, and that's not very reflective at all.
When another object under the same light source
This does count as that's not how science works. Fuck this. That's not how science works.
is in close proximity of the object in question, it should have light bouncing off and reflecting onto it. What I mean is this. The closer another object comes to the sphere, the brighter the light it's reflecting will appear. In the made-up heliocentric lie, they tell us that the moon is reflecting the light to the Earth.
It is.
But what about the bigger object, the Earth? Does it reflect and bounce light to the moon?
Let's take a look, shall we? For one thing, as I already discussed, the Earth's surface isn't as reflective as the moon due to a variety of factors. But you know how I know the Earth does reflect some amount of light? Here's a fun one. See this photo? You can only see the Earth because it's reflecting light, you dumb fuck. That's how vision works. Yes, the Earth is probably reflecting some negligible amount of light onto the moon. Compared to the sun, though, not very much. But, seeing as though you can in fact see Earth from the moon, yes, some light does reflect from the Earth to the moon. That's why you can see it. That's how visible light works. Light reflects from an object, hits the cones and rods in your eye, travels down your optic nerve to your brain, where your brain deciphers the signals. Jesus.
It should, but it doesn't. Because if it did...
The last one was not real that I looked at, but the one that I looked at first was indeed real.
we would then have no new moon phase, and instead more of a dull moon phase, or a dim moon.
Here's the kitty. Baja just sent me a picture. Hold on, let me... Hopefully she's feeling comfy.
Phase. Meaning, as the moon wanes to darkness, it should then be illuminated by the Earth.
Again, a negligible amount of light is coming off of the Earth, and also, I would imagine because of the fact that it is a lunar eclipse, what is happening is the Earth is coming between the moon and the sun. That means that the face that is facing the moon is not facing the sun, right? You understand that, right? So even though a negligible amount of light is reflected off the Earth's surface in the first place, it's also not facing the sun at the point that the lunar eclipse is happening. So it's not going to be reflecting much light at all, even relative to the little amount that it does reflect.
We should still be able to see the same face of the moon that we see every day, because the moon is always facing us. However, it should be dimmer and not luminous, because the Earth should reflect its massive light towards the dark moon.
No, because again, the Earth is between the sun and the moon, meaning the face of the Earth that is facing the moon is not facing the sun, it's on the opposite side. Therefore, even the light that normally is reflected off the surface of the Earth is not being reflected as much because it's not face on with the sun. The sun is behind it.
Especially when the moon is further and closer to the Earth.
Like, imagine if I wish I had a flashlight in here. Like, let's say I took this piece of paper that has bingo stuff on it, and I shined a flashlight this way, and I was trying to say, well, nothing's right because this side isn't reflecting light. Well, you're not shining light on that side. You'd have to wheel it around to this side in order for it to reflect light. That's what you're doing here. You're completely missing the fact that the Earth is not facing the sun on the side that is facing the moon.
On its supposed elliptical path, it should brighten and dim in its new moon phase. I repeat, speaking exclusively from new moon to new moon, the moon itself should still be visible on that new moon phase, transitioning from dim to slightly brighter, back to dim, as the moon moves in its elliptical orbit. The object also should reflect the color of its surface and the color of its light source. A gold chain will reflect gold. A green ball will bounce green light, and its reflection on the object will be green. The sun's light is yellow or warm, while the moon's light is blue and cool.
No. The moon does not reflect cold light. Light, by definition, cannot be cold. Light is radiation. You cannot have cold light. That's not how anything works.
That's right, capitalistic propaganda.
Hold on. Someone followed. Thank you to, Michaelise, whichever. Thank you for following. The moon does not create its own cold light. The moon reflects light from the sun.
Do not say the moon is black and white, whatever that means. But if that means it's a scale of grays running from white to black, then it is impossible for the moon to change the sun's light from a warm color and temperature to a cool color and temperature.
It doesn't. It doesn't do those things. What are you talking about?
Yes, the moon's light is colder than the moon's shade.
No. What's happening is, this is a thing called, I believe, radiative cooling or radiative heating. And what happens is, this is something flat earthers will do. They'll take a thermometer, whether it be one of the ones with a trigger or one of the ones without, and they'll say, look over here in the shade, it's warmer under this tree in the shade from the moon's light, but out here where there's no shade, it's colder, so the moon's light is cold. No, it's because the tree or whatever is creating the shade is blocking heat from rising into the atmosphere. Let's take a look. Radiative warming. Radiative warming. Maybe it's cooling. No, I'm pretty sure it's radiative warming in shade. Doot. Let's just see if we can find the actual debunk of it so we can find out the actual name. Why is, god damn it, cooler in moonlight? This should do a debunk. There we go. What is radiational cooling? That's what it is. Thank you very much. It's not as cool because, for instance, if there are clouds, in the shade, causing the shade rather, the air has more difficulty, the warm air rising through whatever obstruction it might be, whether it's a tree or a cloud or whatever, making it warmer under what would be considered the shade. Under what seems to be clear, more heat escapes from the Earth into space due to absence of cloud barrier. This leads to cooler temperatures at surface. The thing is, they could show this to be the case if they knew how science worked, and they were able to use, like, controls and try and look at, oh, let's look at this surface. How do I put this? Let's say you took a surface and you first measured it under no shade, and then you measured it again with shade, but briefly after it was. You could show this to be false. And they've had this explained to them time and time again. But no matter what, they continue to bring this bullshit moon does cold light thing out, and I don't get it.
I can understand the moon cooling down the sun's rays and making it less hot, but in no way is it possible for it to actually make the sun's rays colder.
Correct, because that's not how anything works. That's not even how heat works. You can have heat, but there's no such thing as... How do I put this, too? Heat exists. If you open a window in your house and it's winter time, you're not letting the cold in. What you're doing is making the heat leave, because the way temperature works is it always moves from areas of warmer to cooler, because heat is a property of the energy of the atoms at play, right? So you can make things cooler by transferring that heat elsewhere, but you can't create cool in and of itself, right?
Than the shade at night.
That's why you can, like, light a fire and get warmer, because you're creating a chemical reaction that excites stuff in the fire, in the stuff that's burning. Burning is a chemical reaction, but you can't create a cold fire, right?
Meaning, if you stepped into the moonlight at night, the temperature of the sun's rays reflecting off the surface of the moon and onto your face, or thermometer, should be greatly reduced, but not colder than if there was no moon at all.
It's not the case. It's not the case. It's not the case. What you need to do is do the same experiment. What you need to do is 2 locations. Something under a tree where there's shade, and something where there's no shade. Take temperature readings from under the tree and out of the tree. Obviously, even on a night with the moon, you're going to find that under the tree is probably warmer, again, because of the air not being able to escape into the atmosphere as easily. Now, you need to do this experiment on a night with no moon, no moonlight, and you'll find exactly the same thing. Because the moonlight is not what's causing things to get cooler. It's the fact that heat is not escaping as easily from the shaded areas. You could do this. Go and do it. It would be very easy. But you won't.
When the moon comes out at night, the temperature drops because of the moon's light. This has been...
No! The temperature drops at night because the sun is no longer shining on the surface on which we live.
Confirmed by many experiments using digital thermometers.
From people who do not understand how this cooling works. Jesus Christ.
But staying on course, there is no sign of a reflected light being thrown onto the moon by Earth. What does this mean?
It means the Earth isn't very reflective, and also during, once again, eclipses, the side of the Earth that's facing the moon is not, in fact, facing the sun, so it's not reflecting much light at all.
This means that the new moon has actually disappeared. While the moon is waxing and waning, we can see the rest of the moon that is not illuminated. However, when there is a new moon, or no sunlight being reflected, we do not see a dim spherical object traversing our sky. In fact, in the daytime, we should still see a dim object traversing the sky, but we have never seen either of these things in our realities. Can you ever remember seeing a dim, non-luminous moon high in the sky at the new moon phase? I repeat, at the new moon phase.
Let's look into this. Why don't you see the moon during new moon? The new moon occurs when the moon is between the sun and the earth. The far side of the moon is in full sunlight, and near the side of the moon receives no sunlight. The new moon is also in the daytime sky. Sunlight illuminates the atmosphere so much that the dark face of the moon can't be seen. Took 5 seconds to Google that. And by the way, the same reason that you can't see the moon during the new moon is the same reason you can't see light being reflected from the surface of the Earth to the moon during a lunar eclipse. That being, the side that is facing the moon is not facing the sun, therefore reflects no light from it. For a guy who says he has, like, such a galaxy brain for visualizing things, he sure doesn't understand light sources and that they need to be facing a thing, shooting light at it in order to reflect that light.
Not while it's waxing or waning, and not when it's near full. Have you ever seen a dim, non-luminous moon high in the sky at the new moon phase? Now that this information is being brought to light, you will never be able to help but notice something you've never noticed before. That on an eclipse, the shadow
a reflector can only
stretched.
be flat or concave? A reflector can only be flat or concave. Something is making me think that that's not the case. Apparently he's never done art of a discotheque.
Along the surface of a spherical moon. No stretching, no skewing, no sharpening in or fading away. Not obscured and distorted in sine wave-like motions. No light reflecting onto the moon from Earth. Nothing. Not a single shred of evidence remains that the moon is a spherical body orbiting
It's literally doing the thing on both sides.
around or
There's
above
nothing
our
funny
Earth.
about the tools of capitalism.
Dude spanking dudes with one bit. That sounds like a mix between a witch and a Minecraft villager.
This 100% discounts and debunks any further argument or perspectives that hold to our moon being a sphere in the sky or reflecting the sun's light. This information is in line with the laws of the reflector. The reflector can only reflect light brilliantly if the surface of the reflector is concave.
Okay, no, though. The moon is not a smooth ball. It's not reflecting things like that. It's reflecting from its surface because of the material that the moon is made out of. And the fact that it's a rough surface. It's fine. Moon reflecting light. You don't need to have something be smooth and shiny and concave in order for it to reflect. I don't understand where he's getting that concept. Like, let me find something convex. Convex. Like, for instance, these are convex. I doubt this is going to be picked up by the camera. I apologize. I didn't prepare something for this. But I can still, even if I cover up this side with my hand entirely, the convex side of these, the Bones glasses, still reflect light. I can see the monitor. In fact, I'll look in the reflection of these glasses that are concave, and next time a picture comes up, I'll tell you what it is without looking directly at the screen.
But the outside of the sphere is convex, and convex surfaces only reflect a portion of the light.
Okay, it looks like a bunch of horizontal lines with some text above, and... oh, it's horizontal lines, and then on one side it's a blue curved line with a bunch of other lines forming a triangle like the Death Star laser. Hey! There we go, right there. These are concave, but I could still see light reflected from it. Do you understand? Jesus.
Back to the viewer's eye. But a concave surface reaccumulates the spreading light, or reconcentrates the light back to the observer's eye, whereas the convex surface, like the surface of a ball, further scatters the light. If the moon were over 250,000...
And again, that's fine. The moon is smaller than the Earth. Even if it scatters the light outward, it's still gonna hit the Earth, a lot of it. Because again, the moon is smaller than the Earth! You fool!
...miles away, then we would only see a portion of the moon, which we would call the hot spot, or the bright spot.
Hot spots don't happen on rough surfaces. They only happen on reflective surfaces. Hold on, let me show you. Hot spot. Reflective ball. Okay. There's a hot spot because this is a polished ball. So it does have a hot spot. But on a surface that is rough, like the moon, for instance, a tennis ball reflective, you can have it illuminated and it doesn't have a hot spot because it's rough, right? This one has a little bit of one, but even then, it's not a hot spot. It just has a slightly brighter section there, and I think that's because the light source is very close. But you see this all the time in your day-to-day life. Anything that you're able to see is reflecting light. When we say it reflects light, we aren't saying it's literally a mirror. We're saying that it is reflecting enough light to illuminate. This is a thing that happens every day. See? This is like a fluorescent shoe. It's reflecting a lot of bright, vivid light. But there's no hot spot because it's rough and it makes light go off in all sorts of different directions. I don't understand why, as an artist, you don't get that it's not between absolutely no reflection and a smooth reflective surface. There are gradients to these things. You can have all kinds of reflections that aren't literally mirrors.
Or the highlight of the sphere.
Bumble Homestead
But there
with
are no hot spots or...
Bumble Homestead with 100 bits. Galaxy Brain Art Guy hasn't seen the mirror in an Arna Fellini portrait. I'm not even sure what that is. This is what happens when you reflect no light, Sushi Bomb says. And then there's a link. Oh, it's the black. Yeah, the black. That's like the blackest black. Yeah. If you literally reflect no light, you just can't see it. Anything.
Highlights or bright points on the sphere of the moon.
Correct, because there are no points on the moon that are making the light all converge. When you get a bright spot, typically it's because there's something on the surface it's usually a very smooth surface, and there's something about the surface that's causing light to sort of congregate at a point. So a bunch of light is hitting your eye from that spot. But the moon isn't like that. It's rough. It's powdery. It has craters all over it, so the light's going in a lot of different directions, but it still is coming off of it nonetheless, and that's why you can see it illuminated.
Indicating the sun's direction. Instead, we have a perfectly evenly lit, luminescent moon that gives us cold, blue light.
No.
In fact, when we look at a full moon, it appears to be flat, because the edges of the moon are just as bright as the center or any other part on a full moon.
That's because it's being lit not only at the section that we can see, but like around it, because the sun is huge. Hold on, let me show you. Moon reflecting sunlight. Do-do-do-do. So the sun can be over here, for instance, and the sun, of course, none of this is to scale, but it's huge, and it's casting so much light towards both the Earth and the moon that its light can be illuminating even from sections we don't necessarily see, right? Because the moon's relative position to the sun is going to change based upon where it is in its rotation around the Earth. Like that, see? This is a eclipse, but you get the idea. The sun's fucking huge.
Capitalistic propaganda.
It shines light all over the fucking place. These people. Thank you to Deep Southern Man for hosting. Moon size compared to Earth. Moon size compared to sun. This is going to be ridiculous. Sun, Earth, Moon. Of course, the distance is completely off. But the sun is huge. It lights our whole goddamn solar system. Because you can see it from just about everywhere in our solar system. Unless you're literally being blocked by something. Jesus. So the only parts of the moon that are not being illuminated by the sun are literally the parts that are being blocked by either its own surface, because again, it is a sphere, so some parts of it are inevitably going to be blocked, or when an eclipse happens and the Earth is in the way.
Now that your eyes are opened to the physics and the facts, what will you do?
Hey, Deep Southern Man, I'm doing good.
Will you choose to continue believing this lie, or observe it for yourself? Anybody can do it. Just go outside and look up. And in case you're wondering about what Neil deGrasse Tyson has to say on the matter, just look how he debunked himself. He went on social media, yes, supposedly the world's leading astrophysicist.
I don't know if he's the world's leading astrophysicist. I definitely don't think that's the case. He's one of the world's best-known science communicators, and he is, in fact, an astrophysicist. I think he's, was the chair of the New York... let me look. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson was his career. I don't know what he's doing now. YouTube series, he does Star Talk. I'm looking for when he started. There we go. He's the president and chairman on the board of the Planetary Society, which is a organization. The Planetary Society is an American internationally active non-governmental non-profit foundation. Involves research, public outreach, political advocacy for engineering products related to astronomy, planetary science, and space exploration. It was founded in 1980 by Carl Sagan. Neil deGrasse Tyson was friends with Carl Sagan. He has degrees from Harvard, the University of Austin. He got his PhD at Columbia. The guy's a smart dude.
Anyway, went on social media and posted this ridiculous photo of what he thinks the shadow of a flat Earth would look like on the moon.
He's making fun of you. It's not meant to be an accurate representation of your model. He's making fun of you people.
Now, of course, he believes that the moon is a sphere, or at least that's what he says. But if that's the case, then why is there no stretching or skewing of this shadow?
It's literally just a meme making fun of you. Don't analyze it too hard. You'll hurt your brain. It's just literally making fun of you.
Once again, it goes to show you how important it is to be observant and to rely on your own senses.
I'm so observant, I can't tell when someone is making a sarcastic tweet about my bizarre belief system. I take it 100% seriously. Genius.
It also displays
Hey, Drakewing.
the
Welcome.
innate sense for acute observation to a true artist.
True artist, indeed.
We have
A bullshit artist.
to combine both worlds, science and spirit.
The Life of Mal asks for a link to this. Yeah, sure. Link in the chat if you want it for some reason.
Spirituality, the abstract and the literal, the arts and the politics, the left and the right brain.
Left and right brain is bullshit. That's a pop cultural myth.
We must paint a whole picture in order to see truth in anything. Keep your eyes wide open. And once again, this is Masterpiece. Peace, power, and protection.
Ooh, boy. For the fact that he took
There's
7
nothing
whole
funny about
minutes
pseudo
to
capitalism.
like mentally masturbate himself over his artistic ability, he really doesn't have the ability to imagine incredibly large objects. Jouster Zen with 15 bits. Hannah, we've got this wrong. We're assuming that the moon is the moon and not our reptilian overlord's base of operations. True, I hadn't taken that into consideration. Flower Girl 3 with 5 bits. Thank you very much. I appreciate everyone who helps support the stream, whether it's through watching or sharing or whatever. Speaking of which, if you haven't already, here's a link to my YouTube channel. This is where I post both all my streams, so if you ever want to just sit down and play video games or something and listen to something crazy in your ear, you can watch all my past streams and stream highlights. The playlists are all done into different sections, so we have a whole Sovereign Citizen playlist with one just of full streams, one just of stream highlights, conspiracy theory debunks, Karen freakouts. We have just a Flat Earth playlist, which is going to double in size after today when I cut out all the highlights from this stream. Wheel streams, where I just like spin a wheel to decide, and Chud Watch. So check it out if you haven't already. I'd appreciate it. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. And if you have any videos that you see that you like, please feel free to share them. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. That's my goal currently. Arcana Stamper Blackwell says, okay, there are things I think Tyson is wrong about, but you better have some hardcore studies in your pocket if you're going to argue astrophysics with the man. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He can be kind of a dick, I've heard, but, like, he definitely knows his shit in regard to astrophysics. Can we eat the moon since it's made of cheese? If that were the case, strap me to the next SpaceX rocket. I'm there. Fuck your tides. I'm gonna eat the whole moon. Baja Blast 7175. If Lupine had a YouTube account, she would subscribe, so you all should too. True. True. So let's see what we got next. Maybe we'll come back to Globe Busters. I don't know. This we have D-Marble, Flat Earth, Globe debunked in under 6 minutes. So, in 5 minutes, 58 seconds, we'll all be converted to Flat Earth. I'm glad I have my tinfoil hat ready, so the government rays don't zap me.
Using this graphic here from Google.
Oh shit, I did mention cheese. Yeah? Good job, you got me.
Earth. I'm showing a road sign in England. It's the A629 road sign, Keighley, Bradford, Brighouse. That's the example point of where we'll be filming from. I conducted 2 video calls with friends of mine, Matt in the UK and my friend Luke in Australia. Luke's
Okay, so we're looking at UK and Australia.
location, as shown here on the Google Earth graphic, is Lions Park in a small town called Billowela, Australia. According to what we're told from the globe model, the sun's light shouldn't be visible from these 2 points at the same time.
I mean, it sort of depends. It might be sunset in one place.
Hey Matt, how's it going?
Yeah, good.
Fantastic.
Because again, the sun is like huge and it's shining its light all around the planet, right? Of course, there are certain sections that are going to be completely dark, but you do have a little bit of leeway along the edges where light can still sort of get to it.
All right, just doing a time check. About what time is it where you are?
21:03, so 3 minutes past 9.
3 minutes past 9. Here, what's your location, sir?
So it's 9 p.m. here in England. How do they explain time zones on a flat Earth? How would that make sense? They clearly know they're in different time zones. So what do they think that's all about?
Halifax, West Yorkshire, I think. In Bradford.
Sorry, knocked into the mic.
I'm in Bradford, West Yorkshire. There you go, and there's proof.
Bradford.
Keighley, Brighouse, Bradford.
I believe you guys. I don't think you're making this up. I believe you are where you are. I think you're going to misinterpret whatever observation you're about to make, but I believe you're where you are.
Fantastic. All right. Let me see. About 9:03, Bradford, Yorkshire. Let me see.
Bringing up cheese moon theory is entrapment, though. True, but I did fall for it, so I'm going to say it counts.
Here, where's the sun? Right about then.
Where is Naldale, mate? It is just in the distance. It's just over the hill. You can see it just about in the distance there.
All right. That's
You
all.
can see it.
So it looks like we're approaching sunset. It's 9
Beautiful
p.m.
sunset.
So it's just about over the hill, but you make out the rays about still.
Yeah, so the sun's starting to dip below the horizon, and that happens, of course, because the Earth is turning, and this part of the Earth is turning away from the sun, so it becomes sunset. It's probably going to be visible on the other part of the Earth, because, again, the Earth is turning, so it'll be more visible there. This proves the Earth is round, not that the Earth is flat. What?
Yep.
And behind me, you got darkness.
Yeah, correct. Because over in that direction, it's already turned far enough away that you can't see the sun. Because again, the Earth is turning away from the sun in your location, so it's starting to appear to dip below the horizon. You can still see some light from it during that period, but over the course of the next hour or so, it'll get far enough under the horizon relative to your position where it'll become dark. This is how the sun and the Earth work. This is how day and night works on Earth.
That's awesome. Here, I'm in Tacoma, Washington right now. Check it. I got the Tacoma Dome back behind me in the distance. And then you can see the Tacoma skyline back here
Okay.
over the city. So that's where I'm at, and we're looking at the same sun.
Yeah. Yep.
That's fantastic.
Again, though, if the flat Earth were true, wouldn't it just be all the same time everywhere? The fact that it's 1 p.m. here and 9 p.m. here shows that the Earth is round, and exactly the way that it's described by scientists.
All right. Well, I appreciate you participating in this project. And,
No worries. Hey, that's fine.
thank you, sir. You have a fantastic night. I'll see you soon.
This is a thing flat earthers do sometimes. As like a symbol, because it's flat. I'm not kidding.
Stay flat. My man Luke, how's it going?
Yep.
Fantastic, sir. Here, about what time is it?
It's 6:06 a.m.
6:06
And now you're getting sunrise. Yeah?
a.m. And what's your location, sir?
I am in a small town called Biloela in central Queensland, Australia. I'm standing outside of the Callide Valley Lions Park.
Again, I don't understand what they think they're showing, because they're just proving the Earth is round. The sun was setting in England, and now it's rising in Australia. Okay?
The corner of the Dawson Highway and Cooper Street.
Awesome. That's fantastic. All right, so that's the time, location, and you can see the sun out there. It's about
Yes, it's just peeking out over the horizon. Correct.
sunrise.
The sun, I'm in a bit of a valley, but the sun's just coming up over to the.
East. The sun rises in the east.
From memory, I think it's about northeast, about 60 degrees.
Ah, because of axial tilt. I wonder why they think that is.
That's just off the top of my head, but.
All good. All right. Sounds good. I am currently in Tacoma, Washington. Got the sun right above my head right here. As you can see, I got the Tacoma skyline in my background over here. As you can see also. And
Correct. It's afternoon there in Washington, which is on the west coast of the United States, and the sun is just now peeking out over the horizon in wherever this is in Australia. The sun is going to set in the west, here in the United States, on the western coast where this guy is, and just as that's going to happen, it's going to be daytime. I don't understand what they think they're proving. They're showing that the Earth is round. This is how the sun works.
the world famous Tacoma Dome in the distance. So that's my location. So yeah, man, I'd like to thank you for your participation in this project.
Let's see. Real-time sun over Earth? That's kind of a weird phrasing. Day-night world map, that'd do it. So let's see. It can be sunrise here. This shows exactly what we just saw, actually. Fantastic. So what we saw was, it was the sun rising here in Australia. It was roughly afternoon here in Washington, and the sun was just setting here in England. This is exactly what you expect to see on a round Earth. They've just proven that the Earth is round. And they don't even realize it. Oh no. Guys. Did you think this through before you posted it? Maybe? Like, have you considered? I don't understand. I genuinely am very confused by this one. Because I don't understand what they think they've done here. All they've done is make observations consistent with the round Earth view of the Earth. That one's confusing for me, because I don't get what they think they've done, but alright. I'll take it. Thanks for showing the Earth is round, guys. I guess. Cool. Let's see what this guy's about. No, let's look at Level Earth Observer. Why gravity is fake. No, well, proof the Earth doesn't actually move or spin. Let's go for this. When was this? November 6, 2017. It's a little old, but frankly, so's the entire worldview, so I think it's relatively fresh. Ooh, that's loud. Sorry.
What is wrong with you people? Earth
This is not Nathan. This is a different person.
is flat. It is stationary. Stationary. Stationary, right?
Through time-lapse photography, the velocity of these clouds has been dramatically increased. While they were actually drifting over the mountains at approximately 27 miles per hour, they now have the appearance of moving at well over 100, 4 times their normal speed. If the clouds were stationary and the Earth was revolving underneath them, this is how it would appear if the Earth was spinning at 100 miles per hour. Yet we're told that the Earth is spinning at 10 times that speed.
Yeah, the atmosphere moves with the Earth because it's connected to the Earth via gravity, and the atmosphere has a viscosity, which causes it to move, along with the Earth. Oh god, these people.
Consider this. Those who maintain that the Earth is a globe that spins suggest that people standing at the equator are being whirled around at approximately 1,000 miles an hour.
In linear velocity, but the Earth doesn't move linearly in terms of how fast you're describing. It has rotational velocity, right?
They further maintain that the Earth is spinning around the Sun at a speed of 67,000 miles per hour.
Yes, all motion is relative, but yes.
And that our Sun is supposedly racing around the center of our galaxy at some 600,000 miles per hour.
Let's be clear. Racing is a relative term. Let's see how long does it take for the solar system to orbit the galaxy? It takes 230 million years for the solar system to do one complete rotation around the center of the Milky Way galaxy. So we're whipping through space at a whopping one rotation every 230 million years. It's really not that fast. And motion is always relative, right? You're using, again, sort of a linear velocity relative to the center as opposed to rotational, which is really what you should be using. And regardless, we're all moving with it, right? It's all moving together. That's what a galaxy is. At least a spiral galaxy like the one in which we live. There's tons of solar systems and stuff in it, but it's all sort of moving together. So from our perspective, it appears to be standing still because we live and die in such a short span relative to, you know, space-time scales.
And yet, you and I both know that on many days it's possible to stand outside without a single hair being messed up by the breeze.
Yes, again, the atmosphere moves with the Earth. It's all part of it.
When I first started looking into the idea of a rotating Earth and really thinking about that and applying it to the everyday world I see, one of the first things I thought about were planes flying above. Actually, I couldn't find any type of relativity problem that used planes and a moving Earth.
Again, because airs fly through the medium of our atmosphere, and the atmosphere moves with the Earth. What's complicated about that? I mean, the actual systems at play are complicated, but you can understand them. Even if I don't understand the complex math that goes into calculating the fluid dynamics of the atmosphere and how it moves around relative to the gravity that causes it to spin with the Earth, I understand that it is the case.
Now, there's tons of relativity problems out there showing trains and cars and other things that are moving on a surface.
This does not count as fake sky. They're not saying the sky is fake. They're just saying they don't understand how the motion of the atmosphere relative to the Earth works.
That is assumed to not be moving, but there's nothing that accounts for an Earth moving with the planes as it spins around it.
Again, because planes fly through the... It would be like asking, oh, fish in the ocean or submarines in the ocean, why don't they have to worry about the spin of the Earth? Because they're in water, which moves with the Earth, the same as the atmosphere moves with the Earth. We're all part of this system that's all moving together.
This axis on the equator, you divide the circumference by the time it takes to make one revolution, which is 24 hours. And when you do that, you get roughly 1,000.
Belsthar says nobody understands fluid dynamics. Hey, I'm not going to pretend I understand the intricacies of fluid dynamics either, but I recognize fluid dynamics exist, and then the atmosphere can have a pull caused on it by the Earth's gravity to make it move with it, right? Like, you just need to understand the basics of the concept in order to know that it's the case.
38 miles per hour. Okay.
I'm on the 19th chapter. All of this has been filled with just...
Oh, there's Nathan! This is like a video where it looks like they're looking at a bunch of people's little clips about this.
Excellent information, stuff everyone should know. I mean, this is literally the Bible for flat Earth. You should get this if you're a flat Earth.
Nathan, I thought the Bible was the Bible for flat Earth. Not being a very good Christian.
Believer, or you're someone who's questioning the flat Earth, this is a book you have to have. So I'm going to read straight from chapter 19, and there's...
Let's take a look, just so we can have a little more clarity. Why does the atmosphere move with the Earth? I understand the answer is gravity and fluid dynamics, but I need to understand a little bit more specifics. Bound to the Earth by gravity, most of the atmosphere spins along with it as a result of friction with the ground as the viscosity or stickiness of the different layers of air above it. Above 200 kilometers, however, the incredibly thin atmosphere actually spins faster than the Earth. The cause of this bizarre super-rotation effect remains unclear, but also has been detected on Venus. It's interesting. So basically, yeah, just gravity. Do-do, 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 do-do. The atmosphere rotates along with the Earth for the same reason you do. Force isn't just needed to make something go. That's a basic law of physics. That's a thing that's moving, that a thing that's moving will just keep moving if there's no force on it. Force is needed either to make something change its speed or to make its motion point in a new direction. A force can do both or just one of these. Most forces do both, but a force that pushes in the exact same direction you've already been going only changes your speed and does not change your direction. A force that pushes at a right angle to the direction that you're already going changes your direction and does not add any speed. A force at 10 o'clock, for example, will change both your speed and your direction. As you stand still on Earth, you continue going the same speed, but as your direction changes. Between day and night, you move opposite directions, so forces on you must be at a right angle to your direction of motion. Indeed, you are. Your motion is from west to east along the surface of the Earth, and the force of gravity pulls you down towards the center of the Earth. The force and your motion are at right angles. Similarly, for the atmosphere, it's moving along with the Earth and the moving at a constant speed. It does not need anything to push it along with the Earth, since only its direction of motion is changing. It only needs a force at a right angle to its motion, the same as you, and the force that does its job again. Gravity. There you go.
There's a segment talks about centrifugal force, and I've never heard this brought up in the group, so I just want you guys to hear this, okay? This is beautiful. So, says the problem with the gravitational theory is that according to that theory, the gravitational attraction to the Earth by all persons and objects remain the same at all places on the Earth. So what he's saying is gravity is the same everywhere on Earth, according to the theory.
Yeah, there's a little bit of difference in terms of if there was like extreme elevation, but it's not really relevant in terms of your day-to-day life.
Okay, so assuming that's correct, that means that the gravitational force at the North Pole is the same as the gravitational force at the equator. That poses a very real problem if the Earth is spinning as alleged. Here's why. That is because the centrifugal force decreases every mile towards the North Pole. So think of it like this. You're on a giant merry-go-round, right? But the merry-go-round is a ball. If you're at the equator and the merry-go-round spinning around, there's more centrifugal force than if you're at the North Pole.
There's very little centrifugal force on the Earth, though, because we're not moving that fast. The Earth spins rotationally 1 time per day. It's not very fast. It's enough that it creates a little bit of a bulge at the equator, but that's something that's happened over a long period of time, right? As a person, the centrifugal force caused by the spin of the Earth is fucking negligible. It's not something you have to think about. It exists, but it's not something that should factor into any of your thoughts in terms of why aren't we flying off the Earth?
So that's because the centrifugal force decreases every mile towards the North Pole, where the centrifugal force is ultimately reduced to 0 at the North Pole because the North Pole is the axis of the alleged spinning Earth. Consequently, the speed of the Earth's spin at those more northern and southern latitudes from the equator would be slower than the speed at the equator.
And so
its linear velocity would be less, but its rotational velocity will be the same, I would think. Because they're still spinning around 360 degrees in a day, regardless of whether or not, like, let's say you're literally at the North Pole. And not magnetic north, but like north-north, where the actual, like, axis of the, or where the actual poles are, more or less. You'd still be spinning around 360 in one day, even if you didn't really move your position, right?
We assume right here that this is the Earth rotating at 1,038 miles per hour. And so what I want to do is look at this atmosphere and look at 3 points and 3 elevations. At this moment, we expect all of these points of air to make one complete revolution and come back to the same spot in 24 hours, right? Because the atmosphere moves with the Earth.
I don't know if it's exactly 1-to-1, because again, the spin of the atmosphere relative to the Earth is caused by both gravity and friction. So there might be a little bit of a difference. Again, I'm not sure. But, like, yeah, more or less it spins along with the Earth, yeah.
The atmosphere never gets left behind. So right off the bat, since we know the velocity is equal to distance divided by time, we can say that VA, the velocity of point A, is greater than the velocity of point B, which is greater than the velocity of point C. Because point A has a longer distance to travel in 24 hours than point B.
You're applying linear velocity to a rotational system. It's changing rotationally. All of those things are spinning, assuming that they move at the same exact rate. 360 degrees. Why are you applying linear velocity to this?
Point B has a longer distance to C. Hot air rises, as we know, and cool air sinks, right? So how does the air speed up? When it's heated, it rises, but then it has to start moving faster.
It's all part of the same system, right? This is like if I don't have my pocket watch on me from the professor, my D&D character, but like a pocket watch, right? The hands of a clock are connected to one another. It all moves as one piece. So even though linearly, yes, the end of the clock hand is moving more, again, linearly, it's still rotationally moving 360 degrees. It's all part of the same system, right? The same amount of force is moving the pivot end and the far end of the clock hand. It doesn't matter if one requires this to move linearly over more space. It's still part of the same system. It's just that in a clock, this is a rigid body, whereas the atmosphere is a fluid and therefore is going to be more complex in how you would have to calculate that stuff. Again, not something I can do, but I understand these things exist.
Now, even if it's only a little bit faster, the difference in these velocities, if you calculate them, isn't much, but they do have to be greater or they will start to get left behind.
Why? Why would fireworks and rain be impossible? Again, they always do this. Stop applying linear velocity. It's rotating. It's rotating! Talking about the Red Bull space jump thing. Was he out of the atmosphere for that? I don't think he was. He was probably right on the edge of it. He fell through the atmosphere, though. He was still within the atmosphere once he got into it. Are you kidding me? He wasn't even 100,000 feet up. It just said he was 39,000 feet up. How high up does the atmosphere go? The atmosphere extends, let's see, 8 to 14.5 kilometers high, 5 to 9 miles. Red Bull space jump. Red Bull space jump. 24 miles up. Interesting. That's some scary shit. I don't know how this dude did this.
But he's lost control.
Stratosphere. So it is still part of Earth's atmosphere, the stratosphere. So he was in the stratosphere, which is a high up place in the Earth's... Let's see. There's the troposphere, then there's the stratosphere. So he was in the stratosphere, but the actual atmosphere continues into the mesosphere and the thermosphere. So he was still in the atmosphere, even if it's obviously much thinner where he was. You wouldn't feel movement on the Earth because we're all moving with it all the time. You don't feel motion, you feel change in velocity. And the Earth isn't changing its velocity. At least not quick enough for us to notice, right? What? No, it wouldn't. Why do you think that would be the case? They're all moving in the medium and moving with the medium. So relative to the plane, it's like the atmosphere isn't moving because it's moving with it. Do you people not understand how this works? If you're standing in something that is moving and you are moving with it, how do I explain this? Like when you're in a car or a train or an airplane, if it's relatively stable and there isn't a ton of change in velocity, you don't feel it. When you're on an airplane, as long as there's no turbulence, even though you're going hundreds and hundreds of miles per hour, it doesn't necessarily feel like it, right? You feel like you're sitting stationary because more or less you are. Even though obviously you're not relative to the ground below you, you're still sitting in a chair and moving along with it at hundreds and hundreds of miles per hour. It's why you got on the airplane, because the plane moves fast and you move fast along with it. No, it won't. Okay. They're just, it bugs me so much because they're just using the exact same argument over and over, so it's making me sound like a broken record, but I have to address this. No, they are moving in the atmosphere at the same speed as the atmosphere. Therefore, relative to it, it is not moving. It would be like let's say I'm in a plane, and excuse me, I'm in a plane, and in front of me in the tray, under the tray table in the pocket, there's like a magazine I want to read. Imagine a flat earther coming up to you and be like, how are you going to grab that magazine? It's moving at 600 miles per hour. Like, yeah, so am I. We're both in the plane, and then you grab it, because relative to it, you're moving at the same speed. Motion is relative. This is what relativity and motion is. I'm gonna try and skip ahead to see if they get to a better argument. You're not taking the jet stream into account. Jet streams exist. Jet streams. Jet streams. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. There are jet streams on the Earth where, because of, again, various fluid dynamics and temperature differences, there are these jet streams where the atmosphere will blow stronger in certain directions. So if you take a flight that's in the same direction as the jet stream, the flight will be quicker. And if your flight is flying against the jet stream, it'll be slower. But that has nothing to do with the spin of the Earth. That has to do with just, again, the fluid dynamics of the atmosphere, of which I don't particularly understand, nor do I need to understand that they exist. It's loud. Why? Why would it... Why? No, they're moving with the atmosphere, so it's the same distance, dummy. Sorry, I hate to call them dumb. I really do. I think it's a better way to get them to come out of these silly beliefs. Not, like, speaking down to them, but, like, holy crap, it's tough. It's tough. If a plane leaves LA at noon, it will arrive in Tokyo about 10 hours later. It will be daylight the entire flight. Okay. Because the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. How many times can I say this? Jesus. Do you have any other arguments other than not understanding how the atmosphere works?
If a telescope is pointing at a star, and both are stationary, then obviously the light comes straight into the telescope. In 1729, Bradley found that he had to tip his telescope forward very slightly to get a star in the center of his telescope. It was assumed that this was due to the motion of the Earth around the Sun. Let us assume that the telescope was moving at 5 miles an hour and had to be tipped 5 degrees. This 5-degree tipping, however, could equally be caused by the ether moving at 5 miles an hour, carrying
the ether's been disproved multiple times. These people think that the ether is like something that the stars and moon and everything are suspended in, like it's like almost like a tapestry above the Earth and the stars are in it and it's moving over you almost like a planetarium. Not the case.
Stars around the Earth. As we see here, the light would be coming in at the same angle and the telescope would still have to be tipped 5 degrees.
Okay, and if my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bicycle, but that's not the case. You can't just say, well, this would also explain the fact that you need to change your telescope's, like, place it's pointing at because of the rotation of the Earth. Actually, it could also be this. Like, okay, but you need to evidence that? There's not evidence that the aether exists? In fact, quite the opposite. There's tons of evidence that it doesn't. So
tipping the telescope does not tell us whether it is the starlight moving or the telescope moving.
So here you understand relative motion when it can be used to try and bullshit your way into a way of explaining why it looks like the stars are moving because the Earth is rotating. No, actually the stars are moving. Why is it always so... It's always so Earth-centric with these people. It's like they genuinely can't fathom a universe where they aren't the center of attention. Like, sorry. I'm sorry if it scares you that we're not. But it's just not the case.
However, there is a simple experiment that can determine whether it was the Earth that was moving or the ether and starlight. All that you had to do was record the tipping required for any particular star, then fill the telescope with water, which greatly slows down the speed of light in the telescope. So here is the moving telescope filled with water, tipped at 5 degrees, and you can see that the starlight does not now reach the eyepiece at the bottom. This is because the starlight moves much more slowly when passing through water. However, if the telescope is tipped further, say 10 degrees, then the starlight will then be visible again in the...
Let's take a look at what this experiment's from. Water in telescope aether experiment. Aether drag hypothesis in the 19th century. Fuck, they're 18th, 19th century study. Here we go. There we go. Aether drag hypothesis in the 19th century, the theory of luminiferous aether was the hypothetical medium for the propagation of light, was widely discussed. An important part of this discussion was the question concerning the state of the motion of the Earth with respect to this medium. The aether drag hypothesis dealt with the question of whether or not luminiferous aether is dragged by or entrained within moving matter. According to the first variant, no relative motion exists between the Earth and aether. According to the second one, relative motion exists, and thus the speed of light should depend on the speed of this motion, aether wind, which should be measured by instruments at rest on Earth's surface. Specific aether models were invented by Augustin Jean Fresnel, who in 1818 proposed the aether is partially entrained by matter. The other one was proposed by George Stokes in 1845, in which the aether is completely entrained within the vicinity of matter. While Frenzel's almost stationary theory was apparently confirmed by the Fizeau experiment in 1851, Stokes's theory was apparently confirmed by the Michelson-Morley experiment in 1881 and 1887. This contradictory situation was resolved by the works of Hendrik and Toon Lorentz, 1895-1904, whose Lorentz aether theory banished any form of aether dragging, and finally with the work of Albert Einstein, whose theory of special relativity does not contain the aether as a mechanism mechanical medium at all. So there you go. This was all disproven. Let me see which one has the... No, that's not a I'm trying to see if they actually did this specific experiment with the telescope in the water. Michelson-Morley experiment. There it is. Complete aether dragging is inconsistent with the phenomenon of stellar aberration. In this illustration, imagine the stars to be infinitely distant. Aberration occurs when the observer's velocity has a component that is perpendicular in the lines traveled by the light incoming from the star, as seen in the animation on the left. The telescope must be tilted before the star will appear in the center of the eyepiece, as seen in the animation of the right. If the aether is dragged in the vicinity of the Earth, then the telescope must be pointed directly at the star to appear in the center of the eyepiece. That's still not the same thing, though. Anyway, they're basically citing bullshit studies from the 18th century. Thank you to Kezia 8000 for following. I appreciate that.
The eyepiece. It has to be tipped further because the light is now slower when in the telescope. But if the starlight is going past the telescope at 5 miles an hour, then when it is filled with water, no further tipping is needed because the light is coming in at 5 degrees anyway. The starlight stays on the same path but is only travelling slower in the water. To recap, if it is the telescope that is moving, then when it is filled with water, it has to be tipped further to see the star.
Yeah, is it not refraction? I feel like some of this could be explained by the fact that the water's refracting the light, right?
If the telescope is stationary...
This is not string cheese. This is a Nutella Be Ready bar. It's like a crumbly wafer with a little bit of Nutella in it.
Light drifting past us, then it does not have to be tipped further. In 1871, George Biddle Airy, the Astronomer Royal, performed this experiment.
Hopefully that makes sense for everyone. Follow along.
We already had mentions cheese marked off from earlier.
Let me try and wrap your head around this. So this is one of the ways I thought the globe doesn't make sense. Is because if the globe is spinning and they say it's even pear-shaped because of the spin, then the water should pool around the middle. We should have no land around the equator. There should just be water around the equator, and then the land would be more near the poles or more near the southern and northern hemisphere. But because there's no spin and there's no centrifugal force and there's land around the equator, I really started to dive into this flat earth thing, and then it dawned on me that moonlight's cold. I started testing it, and then when all the science was basically leaving the globe and coming to flat earth in my mind, and I realized that the Bible said,
I don't know who invented Nutella, but bless them.
The earth is the center of the universe, and I had missed that the whole time because I didn't start out a believer. I was atheist. I spent 5 years researching the Bible.
We'll do Nathan next.
Trying to understand how it was wrong, and it turns out I couldn't find anything wrong about it. There's parts that you might disagree with, but you can't debunk the Bible as historically accurate.
I can and I have. Check out Hannah and Jake on YouTube for that series. The Bible is not terribly historically accurate, especially in the Old Testament.
And the message in there, it stands.
It is, though. It is spinning, it is rotating, revolving, tilting, wobbling, all that.
What is wrong with you people? Earth is flat.
Dude Spanking Dude says, next week can we do a whole religious-centered Tinfoil Tuesday with minimal flat earth stuff? Yeah.
It is stationary. Stationary.
I like that they thought, how am I gonna really sell this video at the end? Crazy street preacher. That'll do it. They'll believe me then. Good choice. Great choice. Nathan Thompson. Time to peep the Gleason. Here we have him going to Whole Foods to try and, quote, flat smack people. Let's see how that went, Nathan. Oh, God. Oh, no, Nathan, no, no, honey, no, no. You don't have to do this.
Alright, I got my mask on. Bah! Good sheep, bah! Beep, beep, pop!
Ah, he's literally wearing it inside! I thought there was a good chance he was just doing that for the beginning of the video, but no, he actually decided to wear a globe into the Whole Foods. Now, this is a little funny. Like, if you were genuinely just using it as a mask and you weren't planning on bothering anyone. Like, it's kind of funny. And yes, at least he is wearing a mask. But, the fact that he's gonna be bothering people in the Whole Foods while wearing that is not gonna make him look like the sanest person on the planet.
Head coming through, beep, beep. Beep, beep. Hold on one second, you guys are too funny. Let me get a picture of you taking a picture. Of you taking a picture.
Water donut here.
Oh, shut up.
To the exterior, it don't
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to walk into Whole Foods with my globe head mask on. I just wanted to point out first how perfect this official Flat Earth and Globe discussion shirt is with the They Live and the globe.
You can't print and sell shirts with images from movies you don't own on them. You can't just take a screenshot from the movie by John Carpenter, They Live, and put it on a shirt. That's copyright infringement. Don't do that.
Funny about the tools of capitalism.
Feminist Critique Pod. Hashtag graphic design is my passion with 25 Pit.
The reflection. That's a good shirt to be wearing while I do this.
It's a good copyright infringement to be wearing. Someone called John Carpenter. Get him on the phone and tell him to stop smoking a doob for 5 minutes so he can come and sue this flat earther.
Props to me. Alright guys, add your friends to the group if you have not already. Sharing is caring. You can lead a globe earther to flat water. You cannot make them think critically about the shape of the earth. Let's get this cart loaded up real quick.
Hold on, guys. Gotta tape my mask on my globe head. Some tape fall off. Hold up. Alright. Game time. Alright, I got my mask on. Bah!
Isn't he dead? Who, Nathan? No, Nathan's not dead.
Good sheep. Bah! Can't say I'm not wearing a mask.
There's nothing funny about the tools.
I am wearing a mask.
Milfs at Taco Bell, thanks for continuing your subscription. I appreciate that.
There's your flyer. There's your flyer. You're very welcome. Had to give this nice lady a flyer.
Keith Vert 488 with 200 bits. You've seen Nathan Thompson getting kicked out of Starbucks, right? No, I'll look it up after we're done doing this video. This is, like, embarrassing. At least he's wearing a mask. He probably has to. I think he lives in California. California mask law? Has the governor, like, signed a thing to make people have to wear masks? Features wears the mask protected, coronavirus spread, blah, blah, blah. You must cover your nose and mouth when outside your home. Which makes me think that there's an actual... Yeah, I think in California you have to be wearing a mask, and I'm pretty sure that's where he lives.
Yeah, you can. Oh, that's great.
If they aren't enforcing it, I'd imagine certain stores are, though. I imagine if he went into Whole Foods without a mask and started bothering other customers, for one thing, they're going to want to kick him out for annoying customers in the first place. But on top of that, if he's not wearing a fucking mask, he's not going to be in there for more than 3 minutes. So...
Hold on 1 sec now.
Is he in South Carolina? Maybe. I guess I don't know. Most stores have, and Whole Foods being a relatively progressive store, at least that's how they want to portray their image, even though Amazon owns them. They like to portray their images like, you know, liberal, because a lot of the people who shop there are more left-leaning. I'd imagine they have mask requirements. Let me see. Whole Foods mask requirement? Effective July 20th, Whole Foods requires all customers to wear face coverings. So if he tries to go into Whole Foods without a mask, they're going to kick him out.
Hold on 1 second. You guys are too funny. Let me get a picture of you taking a picture. Of you taking a picture.
I want the back of your head. Okay, you got a picture? A picture. A picture.
Triple picture inception right there.
Let's do it again. I missed it.
Like, if you had an old globe lying around and you just wanted to be funny and put it on as a mask, I get that. Doing it on top of trying to tell people about Flat Earth, that's embarrassing.
You hold up like you're taking a picture.
There you go, love.
We gotta turn around. Okay, you got it?
Yep.
Okay, I got both of you. No, I didn't. Try it again.
Here you go, love. There's your flag. I gotta go shopping.
We ain't seen no curvature all over the script.
It's a very strange time to put a music cue in, especially that loudly, but okay.
Big world. They told me that we lived on a sphere. Now it don't seem likely.
Gotta make sure you eat healthy.
Nightly, tip of the beat shining, oh so brightly, a sight we
got some organic apricots.
Feathery weather. Cause we ain't seen no. Cause we ain't seen no. Cause we ain't seen no.
That cool deer there.
You like that one?
Yeah, you're cool, man. Can't do nothing with you.
Check out, I even got the glove head on my shirt.
Uh-huh.
You see the glove head coming at you like zombies? That's what we're living in today.
Oh.
We ain't seen no curvature all over this great big world.
Gotta get those avocados. Even Flat Earth millennials gotta have that fucking avocado toast.
They told us that we lived on a sphere.
This song is funny.
The dome? I guess so. You ever met a flat earther?
Huh? No, I haven't.
I'm the largest group.
Stop getting close to him. What's the point of the mask if you're gonna go up and get up in his fucking grill? Back up from these other people, Nathan.
I've been on every news station you can think of and they all lie.
Oh yeah? What do they say?
Well, they'll go to the test that I do and then lie about the observations, lie about what happened and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I was there. I did it, you know?
Right.
I've been doing it for 5 years. Don't you have to lie about what I did on National Geographic, you know? That's what they're doing.
Legit, if some asshole during this pandemic tried to step up to me like that, I'm pushing him back. Like, no. You cannot come that close to me.
Yeah, super interesting. I got a fire if you want one, but I don't want to get you in trouble taking my information.
I'll be alright.
Pretend it's a business card, alright?
I will be okay.
Yeah, and take a business card from a stranger, too. It's really good to touch things other people have touched during a global pandemic. That'll work out well for you.
Thank you, dude.
My good sir.
Yeah, man.
Sharing's caring, bro. We gotta tell people the truth. The truth will set you free. It's not the government that sets people free. It's the truth.
We should already know about that, considering.
Amen, bro. It's just the government locks people up. That's all they do.
You take care, okay?
You too, bro.
Beep, beep. Globe head coming through. Beep, beep. Beep, beep.
What asshole legit says beep beep when they're wheeling through a store with their cart? Jesus.
Where's the orange juice? Oh, there's the orange juice. All the kids are walking by me like, what the heck is this guy wearing on his head? Alright, I gotta go through the aisles and I gotta be able to see, so I'm gonna take my helmet off and just tell them how I have asthma. Remember?
Fuck you! Wear a mask! You have one right there, you idiot. Are you fucking kidding me?
Remember, guys, large bodies of water do not curve.
What a shit bag. Let's see the one. Let's find the one where he gets kicked out of Starbucks. Isn't there normally a search bar? There it is. Starbucks, one word. Nathan, I'll just look it up. That's not what I wanted. YouTube. Nathan Thompson, Starbucks.
Tools of capitalism.
Okay, this is apparently Nathan Thompson in the Starbucks. Dudes banking dudes. Wages today only flat earth stuff? Yes, it is. Next week we'll take a break. We'll take a couple weeks of break from the flat earth stuff. I know I've been hitting it pretty hard lately. I'm just like obsessed with the craziness that is flat earth.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. To start.
I don't care who's talking. I just want to see the actual video.
It seems like recently the world has been divided.
Why can I not find just the video without commentary? Come on.
What's up, everybody? It's my rec. I'm not gonna go into depth about how stupid flat earthing is.
Alright, guys.
Let's dive in.
Pardon me? Alright, guys. I'm here with a real NASA employee. Legit NASA employee.
So here's our protagonist. I didn't mean to pause it during a shaky cam screen. That's my apologies there.
He might. No, I don't see a link.
No, this looks like one of the fucking photographs from the Ring movies, but for how stupid.
I don't want
Astronauts
commentary.
have almost died in space. They got water in their suit and they almost drowned. And he said it was because of saliva.
I'm gonna get this out of the way. I don't know what the.
I'm not gonna watch one with commentary. How's this one?
I'm gonna calm down because he just wanna.
Alright, guys. I'm here with a real NASA employee. Legit NASA employee.
Tools of capitalism.
Keith Furt 488 with 50 bits. Original video was taken down. Oh, that's a shame.
And I asked him, I said, astronauts have almost died in space. They got water in their suit and they almost drowned. And he said it was because of saliva. This guy right here, hold on, I'm gonna wait for him to get at the front of the line. And then
Can we not harass the NASA employees just trying to get their overpriced coffee? Like, don't they have enough to deal with? Like, God, Nathan.
I'm gonna ask him some more questions. There's a real NASA employee right here. Hey, my man, sir. Just the spacewalk. He won't talk to me, sir. Look,
of course he doesn't. He's spent his entire life probably working towards a goal to go work at NASA. Because you don't go work at NASA because you want to make the big bucks. You go to NASA because you believe in their goals, right? You believe in furthering the cause of getting people to space. And all of a sudden this jackass at a Starbucks starts coming up and questioning the legitimacy of your agency. Like, yeah, I'd probably be pissed off too.
He was all nice. He gave me NASA cartoon freaking emblems. Now he won't talk to me.
He won't talk to me at all. Sir, just tell him why they almost drowned in space. Please.
Have a nice day, okay?
Come on, you won't even chat with me?
Nope.
You hate Americans? Is that it?
Excuse me?
Yeah?
How the hell did you get that?
Yeah, this dude works for NASA. Not a cool thing to say.
Don't ever accuse me of that again.
Well, hey, I'm
okay?
just curious. If you won't chat with me and answer my
I
question.
don't have to chat with you.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Step
true.
over there, okay? I'm done
You're not
talking.
the boss of me, bro. I'll leave because you asked me to. It's fine. But this NASA's a fraud, bro.
Alright.
They lie. They lie about everything. That's cool. I was just trying to ask questions. Yeah. Well, I just got kicked out of Starbucks for asking NASA employee questions.
For harassing a NASA employee. Let's be clear on that one.
Because he's lying. He's a blatant liar. What a joke that was. Now we're outside. Beautiful America. Man, that was ridiculous. I got NASA freaking stickers from the NASA employee, guys. And then I start asking him.
Like, that's a dude who cares enough about his job that he's carrying around stickers to give to people so he can be like, I work at NASA, and people are like, that's cool, and he's like, yeah, you want some stickers? Like, that guy probably loves his fucking job. And then you get jackasses like this who are so ignorant that they start harassing them and claiming that they're liars. Like, Jesus, dude.
Him questions, and he tells me to go outside of Starbucks. I'm freaking shaking. I am shaking. I can't believe that just happened. Oh my Lord. Thank you, Jesus. That was amazing. Woo! I just met a NASA employee, guys, and he got me kicked out of Starbucks for asking him questions.
You got your own ass thrown out of Starbucks, you idiot.
It's about astronauts almost dying in space. I said, how come astronauts choke on how come they're almost drowning in space? You know what he said? He said, because they almost couldn't swallow their saliva.
Correct. In space, it's difficult to get rid of the fluids in your mouth. Because gravity isn't there to aid them, to get down your throat, dummy.
Astronauts aren't trained how to swallow their saliva in space?
Idiot. If you went to space, you wouldn't be able to do it either. My goodness.
Give me a freaking break, dude. Give me a break. I'm getting out of here before the police show up. I love you guys.
If you find yourself having regular interactions with the police, which Nathan Thompson finds himself in relatively often, maybe consider you're an asshole. Like, not all the time. Obviously, we see the police, like, harass minority communities. Nathan's not that. Nathan's not, like, someone going around and doing nothing and getting harassed. He's the one doing the harassing. Jesus. What a nut. What else do we got from Nathan? Trying to find other flat earth stuff. PhD astrophysicist Daniel Faulkner globe smacks in elementary school. I'm guessing that this guy was asked to come to his school.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Wing the ultimate nug of 25 bits. I wonder if there's a training to swallow spit in 0G. Probably. I'm sure it comes up at some point. I'm assuming this astrophysicist was actually asked to come to this school and talk to the kids, and Nathan's gonna be like, when I showed up at a playground and just started harassing children without any adults asking me to come, I was arrested, so what's the difference? Well, Nathan, he was invited to come by the administration, I'd imagine.
Hey, here's a playground. Here's a playground.
Oh, are they making fun of him? Are they literally making fun of you, Nathan? That's hilarious.
Kids, I'm gonna do some globe smacking. All right. Hey, kids, listen up. The world is not flat. If anyone, the world is a ball. It's a spinning globe. It's a spinning globe. If anybody tells you the world is flat, they're lying to you. No, the world's a spinning ball. It's not flat. They're lying to you.
Someone's making fun of Nathan, and Nathan doesn't get it, I think. That's pretty fucking funny. What else we got? Brain training to heal a broken leg? That's not gonna help. Teaching chicks on dating apps about flat Earth. Oh no. This is gonna be embarrassing.
Alright, I'm gonna call this young lady who has questions about flat Earth that I matched with on this dating app. And I do this all the time, but I figured I'd go live for you guys and see what happens. May be good, might not. We'll see if she's intelligent. Calling her.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm super good. Thanks
What's
for
the
asking.
beach number?
Yeah, 949. I'm from SoCal. I wasn't lying about that.
No, see, he is from California.
So, you kept asking about the sky.
I don't understand. How do you know all this shit?
Well, basically personal observations, but also every ancient cosmology, every ancient civilization was making star maps and predicting eclipses and stuff. So, like, this isn't new info. I mean, this...
Okay, people have known the Earth is a sphere for a very long time. This isn't a new concept.
This stuff's been around for a long time. It's just been buried.
Like, I'm pretty sure during classical Greece, there were some estimations about the size of the Earth. They weren't right on, but they were relatively close for what they were working with. Like, this is not a new concept, Nathan.
But what do you mean? This...
Yeah, that's ancient wisdom. I don't think I have it. Yeah, I don't have ancient wisdom. But check your sheets.
Sky is just light.
Okay, well, you were trying to compare Earth to planets, and I was trying to tell you how, like, planets are just stars that move independently of the star plane.
No, they're not. You can see them through a telescope. You can literally see, like, amateur planet photos. Mature planet photos. I'm a bad speller. I apologize. Here we go. Amateur planet photos. If you go and you buy a decent enough telescope, you can do your own photos of planets and see that they aren't stars. You can see planets within our solar system with consumer-grade telescopes. Amateur space images. A lot of these aren't amateur. These are literally NASA photos. Amateur astronomy. See, there's someone who just in their backyard or whatever took a picture of what looks like Saturn. Oh, fucking Pinterest. A lot of these are generic space images, though. But you can find this stuff. And you could go and buy your own telescope and see the same stuff and see that they aren't stars. Nathan could do this. He won't, but he could.
Have you ever seen a time lapse of the night sky?
No.
Alright, well, the stars make perfect circles around Polaris.
They appear to. Polaris happens to be the star closest to the pole of the axis around which the planet spins. Therefore, it appears to be the most stationary, but it's not exactly stationary. It does have a wobble because it's not exactly perfect. So it appears that all the stars are rotating around it, but that's not really the case. What's happening is the Earth is rotating around its own axis.
It's called star trails. I could send you probably 100 star trails that I've done.
Okay.
So those
Well,
stars...
What do you mean that you've done, though?
Well, you just set up a camera and you take a time lapse of the sky. It's got to be on a clear night. You can't have clouds or chemtrails. But basically, like, if you take a time lapse of the sky over a couple hours, you'll see that the stars rotate around Polaris, which is our pole star.
Yes, it appears that that's the case, but that's not the case. It appears that way, again, because Polaris, which is the current North Star, it will change over time, and it has changed in the past, although not during recorded human history, because, again, these things are very far away, and it takes a very long time for changes to happen, because they happen very gradually. But nonetheless, it is how it works, right, Nathan? It's the pole star. Our Earth turns around its axis, therefore the one that is parallel to that axis is going to appear relatively stationary, and the other ones are going to appear to turn as they get further away from that axis.
That's what Polaris means. So...
That was chemtrails, yeah. Do we have chemtrails on mine? Chemtrails, boop! No bingo yet? No one got a bingo? Okay.
The planets move independent of those, and there's only a handful of them. There's not a lot. And there's a ton of stars. But I don't think any of those are material worlds that we're going to walk on one day.
Some of them, no. Some of them are gas giants. But the other ones that are solid, maybe someday if we don't kill ourselves.
They're just lights in the sky.
What are galaxies?
Fake.
Nathan! Nathan. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this, Nathan? Nathan! What the fuck are these? Nathan! What the fuck are all of these? Nathan! What the fuck are these? What are these? Nathan, you dumb bitch. Galaxies exist. You're in one. Insert the meme of Captain Barbossa being "You best be believing in galaxies. You be in one."
Fake?
Yeah, all of space is fake. So what do you mean, what are galaxies?
Well, but then how did the lights get into the sky?
Well, I wasn't there when the sky was created, but I got this book, right? It says God put this...
If the flat earth stuff didn't turn her off, the preaching about Jesus is gonna dry her up like the fucking Sierra Desert.
Sun, the moon, the stars in the sky for signs and seasons. And from what I can tell, that's what we see.
Are you a strong believer in God?
Yeah, I definitely believe in the Creator. I don't think that the sky map and the Earth with dolphins and strawberries was created from a Big Bang explosion.
The what now? Dolphins and strawberries?
Okay.
You know, I don't think it just randomly coalesced.
Do I think he had to be a little drunk to do this, like for confidence? I don't know about a little drunk. He drank a lot of this beer so far. Look at this. From the rim of the glass, like it looks like you filled it up right to here. And this is all gone. Like, that's a decent bit of beer. Depends on what his tolerance is, but he's not, like, super heavy. Like, my alcohol tolerance is pretty high. It always has been. And also, it's based on your weight. But he's, like, in pretty good shape, so I don't know. He's pretty tipsy, I'd say. I don't know how drunk.
Blessed.
How did you get interested in all this?
Oh, that's a good question. I was studying applied neuroscience and
How'd that work out for you, Nathan?
biochemistry and steroidogenesis, like epigenetics, all this stuff. Smartest guy I'd ever met. Told me to look into it.
By studying, do you mean you were looking things up on Google? Because, like, I Google stuff like, you know, the planet bullshit in order to try and talk about them on stream, because obviously I'm not qualified, I don't have the knowledge base, nor do I claim to. But I certainly wouldn't say to someone, I learned about the round earth when I was studying astrophysics. Like, no, I Googled fucking bullshit on Google. Like, I don't think you were in school learning about epigenetics, Nathan. I very much doubt you even know what epigenetics is.
And I asked him how long he'd been researching it, and he said 7 months. And I about dropped the phone because I knew if he'd been looking into it longer than a week, you know, there's something there, and he said 7 months. And I immediately just started looking into it.
This is the same guy, by the way, who taught him to train his brain by taking hammers and, like, bouncing ping pong balls off them in order to, like, strengthen his brain. Not joking. That's a real thing he does that he thinks it's good for your hand-eye coordination, I'd imagine. That's about it.
Didn't sleep for like 3 days. Then I bought a bunch of equipment to test it myself because I couldn't be the guy that told all my friends, oh yeah, it's flat. I saw videos on YouTube. You know?
It's literally what you're saying, though. It's literally what you're saying. Even if you don't want to admit that's what you're saying, it's what you've done.
I had to be like, no, guys, I heard about this. It blew my mind. I went and spent a bunch of money on equipment. Anyone can do this themselves. But people just want to turn it into a belief because, I don't know, they're lazy or like have been programmed to be cult followers their whole life or something. I don't know, but this is something anyone can test. And like ask any construction worker how they level out a home. Level means flat.
Okay, again, Nathan, when you're talking about building something, especially something with the footprint of like a house or a skyscraper or whatever, the distance is not long enough that you need to take curvature into account. What you need to worry about is elevation in that case, right? If you were building a bridge that's incredibly far, you would need to take curvature into account. But the vast majority of us don't own houses miles and miles long. It's not something that's necessary. Feminist Critique Pod, thank you for gifting a sub. I'm surprised we haven't done a hype train today. It's a shame.
That's the word flat means level. If you look in the dictionary, the word level means free of bends or curves or irregularities. So synonyms are flat, plumb, flush, straight, smooth.
Sure, but that has nothing to do with whether or not there is curvature on the Earth. When we talk about flatness on planet Earth, it's always with the understanding that we're talking about relative to other places on the sphere of the Earth, right? So, like, the salt flats, for instance, they're considered flat despite the fact that they are on the curved Earth, because we're talking about flatness in terms of elevation. It's very, very flat. When they talk about Kansas or wherever, and they're like, oh, it's flatter than a pancake, we're talking about elevation. We're not talking about, like, its distance relative to itself on the ball that is the Earth, because that's not usually a metric that matters to us. The curvature only matters over very long distances because it's so gradual and the Earth is so huge.
So when they level out a home, they're flattening it out. They're not curving it. Lakes, when they say sea level, that's sea flat. Or sea smooth, or sea plumb.
Nathan, sea level is usually what we use as a baseline for elevation, right? But even that's a little misleading because, like, the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean do actually have slightly different heights. I don't know if people know this. you're comparing elevation to the shape of the Earth when these are separate concepts.
Or C. Straight.
Is she laughing at him? Oh, Nathan, move on, bud. She's smart enough to know better than to fall for this shit.
So, how much money have you invested into looking this stuff up?
Now she's in the collecting information for the story she's going to tell her friends later phase of this conversation. She's like, okay, when I tell them I talked to this crazy flat earth on Tinder, and he says he's been doing these experiments, I gotta find out how much money he's thrown into this. Okay. Over under $10,000. Let's take some guesses from the chat before we continue to see if he says over or under $10,000 all in. I don't know what he would have spent this money on. I don't know if he owns a telescope that's good. I have no ideas. The flyers. Yeah, he does print a lot of the flyers. Captain Rachel says under 10 over 5. Cryin' Brian says 50,000. Tom G says hard over. Most people are saying over. He doesn't seem rich, but he does seem irresponsible, so who knows?
Well, including all the traveling, probably about $20,000.
Oh, no! Nathan! Nathan, no! That's so much money! You could have put a down payment on a nicer house. Well, no, this house is in Southern California. So in fairness, real estate's more expensive than it is over here. Fair enough.
Did you just have like $20,000 lying around, or is your family rich?
Well, my family is rich, but they don't give me money. So
Does your family believe this?
So I've always been really good at sales. And no, phone died.
That's a shame. That's a shame. I wanted that conversation to continue. Because you can tell she's not interested, but she is, like, curious about this weirdo she's talking to. And that was a fun way to prod him along in this conversation.
I didn't have it plugged in. She's gonna like that one. I had it plugged in, but it wasn't charging.
Tools of capitalism.
Wing the Ultimate Nug with 10 bits. Thank you.
Darn, she was sharp. She had a good question.
Nathan, she wasn't making fun of you to her face, but she was collecting information to make fun of you in private later. And he doesn't even understand that that's what was happening. That's kind of sad.
She thought someone was knocking. Nobody's knocking. Hi to everybody on camera. Good boy. Do you know?
Let me see if he calls her back.
Isn't on that video. Hello.
Whoa, hello.
I had my phone plugged in. Oh.
Oh, thank fuck, he got her back on the phone.
Well, now it's not plugged in again.
Funny about the tools of capitalism.
Shiggity Schwa with 100 bits, I guess, under like a chump. Here's my tribute.
Gio.
Thank you.
Oh, bad boy. Alright, so I had my phone plugged in, but it wasn't charging. Because, yeah, you gotta flip it over and put it on the right side.
Captain Rachel says my mom rents one room in her house for $900 a month. California rent is insane. Wow. You guys would have your minds blown by how cheap my mortgage payment is relative to that. This whole house, which is a 3-bedroom house, costs me, it's 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and I basically have 2 living rooms and a kitchen, an upstairs, and a basement. I pay $540 a month for my mortgage. Like, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. Michigan real estate is cheap as fuck.
No, Gio. Yeah, so you were asking how I got into all this. And then I started testing it and spent like 20 grand on it. But money well spent.
Does your family believe this?
again, there's that B word.
Does your family trust you?
None of my family has tested the Earth. But,
Yeah, but if you're going around and talking to people, then aren't they trying to believe you?
well, they all know that I'm not dumb, and they see all my speeches and stuff and the tests that I do. And, like, all my little brothers don't believe a thing about NASA and think the Earth is flat. But my parents are skeptical about stuff. My mom more than my stepdad. But my real dad, after I told him the Earth was flat, a week later he called me back and said, "You're onto something." Because he goes, "We see too far. I didn't realize this, but we can definitely see too far." And I said, "Yep, that's the black swan right there."
Like where? In the sky or in the ocean?
No, any large body of water, it should be curving downward. And then that would mean that the objects in the distance...
I find it hilarious that Globe Busters, who we watched earlier, it's these people, they have joined the chat and said first, despite the fact that they are not first, because they failed to take into consideration the fact that their chat doesn't necessarily show things prior to them showing up. I think that's a good little encapsulation of what these people fail to understand about the limits of their own cognition. Fun.
Would vanish due to Earth curve. And now we've always been told boats disappear bottom first due to Earth curve, but like, if you watch boats or islands or lighthouses or just objects in the distance, yeah, they vanish bottom first, but that changes day to day, sometimes hour to hour, because it's atmospheric conditions. It's not curvature of Earth. So that's how, like, the longest distance photo is 270 miles.
Yeah, it's taken at a high elevation to a lower elevation, dummy. Again, I shouldn't just call these people dumb, because it's not helpful to bring people over to the correct side, but, like, the lack of critical thinking, and it's so agenda-driven, it's insanity.
Now, there should be, like, 50,000 feet of Earth curve in between the mountain and that person, but...
This is the flat smack guy, yes.
There wasn't. They took a picture of it. It's the world record photo.
Let's see what the world record longest photo. Japan printed a photograph 145 meters long. No, that's like the biggest. I need the big, like the furthest distance. Here we go. 273.4 miles away. The tallest mountain in the distance is only 2.4 miles tall. No, but like, they're standing on a mountain taking this. You can see it. You can see them standing on a mountain while they're taking this, guys. You get it? Jesus. The fact that they don't understand elevation is one of the more frustrating aspects of this, I'm not gonna lie.
So, like, we're seeing way too far. You can stand on a shore and point a laser at someone and see it from 10 miles, 20 miles, 34 miles. We've done tests. That's like over 600 feet of Earth curve. And
Well, if the Earth was round, when should it start curving?
Well, at the first mile, it would curve 0.666 feet. And that's not a number I made up, or...
Earth's curvature per mile. .98 inches per mile, or 8 inches per mile. So he is literally making up the fact that it's 666.
Or got from the Bible. If the Earth's a ball 24,901 miles around, there would be approximately 7.98 inches of Earth curve, but 8 inches per mile squared is 0.666 feet.
8 inches per mile squared. 8 inches per mile squared. Do.
Per mile squared. So at 10 miles, you get 66.6 feet of earth curve. At 100...
DHS is now saying that they're the ones being attacked and City of Portland is doing nothing to stop it. Oh, come on. Fuck them.
miles, you get 6,666 feet of earth curve. So because it's exponential, it's not logarithmic. So it gets really big really fast.
When planes fly, how can they...
It's not 0.666, it's 0.66666 repeating. It's, okay, that makes
fly,
sense.
like, from Australia to San Francisco, but then also fly from Australia to China?
Yeah, well, that's easy. They just get in a plane and they fly. What do you mean? Like the Federal Airline Administration trains pilots on what's called a target generation facility. It's also how they train the air traffic controllers, but it's a flat earth simulator that's non-rotating. So when airplanes fly...
It's not rotating, Nathan, because again, as far as the airplane is concerned, the Earth isn't, because we're all rotating with it and the atmosphere. Do you understand how relative motion works? We're all rotating with it together, so it feels like it's not rotating at all, despite the fact that it is.
They're not adjusting for, going around a ball. They're not adjusting for a rotating Earth.
Because they don't have to. Because they don't have to. Because the Earth is very big. You don't have to worry about the curvature very much because it's so gradual, and the Earth is so big, and you don't have to worry about the spin of the Earth because we are all spinning at the same speed the Earth is spinning.
That's all hocus pocus sorcery we've learned in school.
No, I know, but if it's flat, doesn't there have to be ends to it?
Well, the edges have never been observed. So, like, you could say, doesn't there have to be edges to space?
We don't know. We don't know. We really don't.
Yeah, but they've also never been observed.
Yeah, those have never been observed either. So, on both models, there are unknowns. So you can't be like, oh, you're a flat earther? Answer.
Okay, but people have seen almost everywhere on Earth. We've been to Antarctica. We've been to the Arctic.
Every single question.
There are photographs of both places. You could talk to people who've been to Antarctica.
I have. Because the globe earthers can't answer every single question you have.
Okay, just because there are questions that science doesn't have the answer to right now doesn't make the answers they do have less legitimate. The fact that they're willing to say, we don't have an answer for, is there an end to the universe? Is there an end to the matter that is space? We don't know. That doesn't mean we don't know the shape of the planet, Nathan.
Yeah, but...
So, there are unknowns. On both models, the edge has never been observed. Have you heard of the Antarctic Treaty?
Oh my god, here we go with this. People bet you... Look. Antarctica photos. Oops, I spelled photos wrong. Such a good speller. I'm nailing it. Here's some people on a boat near Antarctica. Here's some people. Looks like a little village in Antarctica. It's probably like a science base or something. Here's some penguins. Here we have, again, probably some scientists studying some stuff. More penguins. There's more people in a boat. Lots of icebergs. There's a scientist, looks like taking pictures of penguins. There's a guy with a penguin. There's two people. Antarctica. Video of base? I'm curious. What's life like at an Antarctic station? This is an Australian base, apparently.
Expedition to Antarctica has realised Antarctica's importance to us. Australia has 3 scientific research stations in Antarctica and 1 on Macquarie Island. The oldest research station is Mawson, which was built over 60 years ago and takes the longest to reach, around 15 days by sea. Davis Station was established soon after Mawson, then Casey Station was built. The stations are like small towns with everything the expeditioners need, like lighting, heating and water. They have scientific laboratories, mechanical workshops, a doctor's clinic, food and equipment storage, communications and of course living quarters, where the
It's like the movie The Thing!
expeditioners sleep, eat their meals and relax. Inside the living quarters are all the comforts
It's honestly nicer than I thought it would be.
of home, such as lounge areas, a gym, movie theatre,
Probably because most of my, view of what an Antarctic base looks like comes from The Thing, which was in the 80s.
and games areas. The stations all have carpenters, renovating and fixing things, mostly inside over winter. There are electricians and plumbers to make sure there is fresh water and to look after the wastewater treatment. There are mechanics who keep the generator going for lights and heating, and who also look after the vehicles on station. The machinery includes over snow-tracked vehicles called haglins, which are ideal for taking people and equipment out into the field. For shorter trips, the expeditioners use quad bikes. People from the Weather Bureau observe and forecast the weather, and communication staff keep all the radio, satellite and computer equipment going. A doctor lives at each station to look after the people's health and in case anyone gets sick or has an accident. Most important is the chef, who cooks all the meals unless on a day off when others take their turn in the kitchen. Food is a big part of
That's
daily
cool.
life for the expeditioners. Food is resupplied once a year when the ship arrives. The only fresh food during the long winter months are the vegetables and herbs the expeditioners grow in a hydroponics facility.
That's very cool. Hydroponics is, super cool shit. It's not something I could ever see myself doing, but, it's a cool thing. Hydroponics is neat.
It's a popular place to work because it's warm and the expeditioners love having fresh lettuces or tomatoes. The warmth inside the buildings is a big contrast to the weather outside. Sometimes the expeditioners can't go outside for days at a time. The wind can get to over 200 kilometres an hour, and the air can be
Wow.
so thick with snow you can't see a metre in front of you. In such extreme cold, the right clothing is really important. The type and amount of clothing needed to stay warm and dry depends on the time of the year, the location, and the activity the person is doing. For working on the ice during the summer, expeditioners have long woolen thermal underwear, trousers and a shirt with a windproof layer on top. In the winter they wear big heavy boots, huge fluffy gloves, and lots of layers topped with a thick puffy jacket and a windproof layer. The Antarctic expeditioners love celebrations, especially midwinter, which is the shortest, darkest day of the year, around the 21st of June. For a couple of weeks around this time, the sun doesn't rise at all. Life on station continues pretty normally, with regular chores and activities, but everyone stays mainly indoors. From that point on, the expeditioners have the return of the sun and longer days to look forward to. Midwinter is traditionally celebrated with a swim. The people on station cut a hole in the ice for what is more of a quick dip in the water, which is around -2 degrees. The air temperature is often around -20 degrees.
I would not want to do that. So here's someone trekking through the South Pole, apparently, with a drone.
So the expedition officially starts now.
Cool. It's very cool. Seems dangerous as fuck, though. Either way, Nathan, you basically have to ignore all of this for what you're saying to be true.
No, I haven't heard of any of the words that you've really said.
Yeah, so the Antarctic Treaty has been around since 1961, right before they started faking space. But all the countries agreed that basically everything in the Antarctic Treaty. You know, I don't want to list everything in there, but it's ridiculous. I mean,
is it because you haven't read it, Nathan, but you just repeat what other people say? No, I'm not going to pretend I've read it either. I haven't. But I'm also not the one who believes the Earth is flat, so it seems like you should probably know exactly what's in it, right?
Independent travel. You got to be either on a guided tour or some special scientist invited by the government or Joe Biden and Buzz Aldrin to go to Antarctica.
Thank you, Chafe Feminist, for following.
He go to space.
Was a Freemason, and he lied about going to space, and he gets drunk all the time and punches people who ask him to swear.
Let's watch that, shall we? Buzz Aldrin punch. So one time, a moon landing denier came up and accused Buzz Aldrin of being a liar about the moon, and this is what happened. Oh, even more so. He asked Buzz Aldrin to come in for an interview. Buzz, assuming it was just, an interview to talk about, the moon landing. And he, basically bum rushed him with, you're a liar, you're a disgrace to this country. Which you don't want to do to Buzz Aldrin.
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not trying to get in the middle of anything.
Tell him to get out of here.
This is a hotel.
We'll call the police.
We
pay. Come on in here. We'll call the police.
Solicit
you like that?
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir. I don't have nothing to do with this. But
okay.
You cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
you can't solicit like this on this property.
Keep shooting.
All right. Well, then I'd go through my measures.
Yeah. You got to keep shooting, man. Okay. Well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Just come with me, Buzz.
You really like attention, don't you?
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
Ooh! Yeah, don't get in the face of someone who's risked their life going to the moon. They'll fuck you up.
In the Bible that he went to space? Yeah.
So Nathan here is being like, he's a drunk and a coward and he punches people. Nathan, he punched someone because he was, harassing him. And he said that his, life's greatest achievement never happened and that he's lying about it.
Yeah, that's Buzz Aldrin. No, he literally punched someone who asked him to swear on the Bible.
You're completely mischaracterizing what happened, Nathan, you fucking liar. The guy was harassing Buzz Aldrin, and yeah, he was mad. Can you imagine if you achieved something that, 2 dozen people have ever done, and you're told, hey, you're a liar. Yeah, I wouldn't take that shit either.
He went to the moon. And I mean, if I went to the moon, I'd freaking open a bottle of champagne and put my left hand on that Bible. Are you kidding me? I'd be like, are you joking, dude?
Nathan, you know for a fact if Buzz Aldrin went, I've been to the moon, and he put his hand on the Bible, he'd be like, you just lied on a Bible. Nothing's good enough for you people. There's literal video and photographs of these things happening, and you don't believe it. And you think anyone's gonna believe Buzz Aldrin just because he puts his hand on a stupid fucking book? Nathan, you people always move the goalposts. No one is under any obligation to deal with your bullshit.
Someone's like, oh, put your right hand on the Bible and swear you won the Super Bowl. You think anyone who's won the Super Bowl is going to punch someone? How ridiculous. You know? Sit down. Sit down. But that's how they react because they're liars on wires and fools in pools.
But I don't understand how planes fly and go either direction.
Well, the wings generate lift.
Okay, not that part.
True.
Yeah, that's how they fly. And they fly level. They're called airplanes, not air curves.
Alright, shut the fuck up.
No, they're called airplanes, not air curves. So you're like, I don't understand how a plane flies straight. And I'm like, well, it's in the name of the word airplane. It's an airplane.
No, I'm not asking how it flies straight. I'm asking how it flies, where are the edges, and how does a plane fly?
Okay, so none of the continents you've heard of or have airports or people travel to are anywhere near the edge. Okay?
Gleason map. He thinks that the Gleason map is the most accurate. He tells people you've been peeping the Gleason. So this is the Gleason map. On it, you can see Australia down here. Pretty damn close to the edge. Pretty darn close. And there's New Zealand, even closer. So yeah, if there was a giant, like, ice wall, as you claim, you'd probably be able to see it at some point if you were high enough in an airplane. Also the tip of South America over here. Very, very close to the edge. Look at that. It's almost touching it. Like, dude, even on your own bullshit projection. Not that the Gleason map is bullshit. It's used for, like, specific things. The Gleason map, I think, is used for distance from the Arctic. But, yeah. There would be plenty of places where you'd be able to see the ice wall if it were a thing.
So if you ever get...
You can also get cruises to the Arctic, by the way. Antarctic cruises. Like, you can just go get a cruise to Antarctica. This is the Norwegian cruise line. You can go and do this, dude. Nathan, go on a cruise and go to Antarctica. Like, anyone can do this if you pay the money. Go and do it.
Get in a plane and fly somewhere, which, I mean, it's usually done by a computer. Pilots just sit in there in the locked cockpit. They used to walk around and have drinks with people, but ever since 9/11, that kind of changed. So, I mean, school bus...
The pilots shouldn't be drinking, Nathan. What?
Bus drivers do more than airplane pilots. Let's just be clear about that.
Okay, I would say in practice that can be true. Modern autopilot systems in airplanes are incredible feats of engineering, and once you're up in the air at cruising altitude, yeah, it can pretty much take over and you just need to watch the instruments and stuff. But in the case of an emergency, a mechanical failure, anything that, like, goes off track in terms of, like, it's not going according to plan, then the pilots have a lot more expertise involved than a bus driver. I would say the bus driver needs to maintain concentration at all times, whereas a pilot has a greater knowledge base about the vehicles they're using and how they function. However, a lot of the time they can just be monitoring without necessarily having their hands on the wheel.
So they sit in there in the cockpit, the airplane flies itself, but nowhere at any time is anyone flying near the edge. I mean, if you look at flight simulator, or not...
Captain Rachel says, hey, look, in about 2 seconds of Googling, I found a company that does flights to the South Pole for only $52,000. You laugh, but Globebusters bought a $20,000 laser gyroscope to try and prove the Earth was flat. Of course, it actually proved the Earth was round, and they didn't accept the $20,000 instrument that they paid for was correct. So they could just raise the money. Of course, no matter what, they're going to say, oh, we didn't really go to the Antarctic, even though it is. Nothing, let me be clear. Nothing will ever be enough for these people. Nothing will ever be enough. They could literally, 30 years from now, SpaceX could literally be offering people shuttles to the moon base, some hotel on the moon or something, and these people could literally go on that shuttle, go to the moon, experience microgravity, and they still wouldn't believe it. I'm telling you, nothing will ever be enough for these people, because it's not about the Earth being flat. It's not about the truth. It's about the fact that these people want to feel superior to others, and they want to feel like they're in on some big conspiratorial secret. It will never be enough the truth will never be enough for them because that's not what they're looking for.
Flight simulators, but flight tracking systems. Nobody's really even flying in the southern hemispheres. All flights go across the northern hemisphere that are long distance. They like flights from Australia.
Real quick, just in case anyone wasn't here earlier when I was doing this, here's a link to my YouTube channel. I put all my streams on here. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers, so if you haven't already, check it out. Give a subscribe if you like this stream.
Australia to America, they usually stop in Dubai or India, or they're going to the Middle East somewhere. They're not going around a globe.
Yeah, but wait. Well, flights from Australia usually go to over Hawaii and then into California.
Okay. But the flight from Thailand, where they had an emergency landing, they stopped in Alaska. So they didn't stop in Hawaii, they stopped in Alaska.
Yeah, but that's the same thing, just
No,
higher up.
no, not even close. Alaska is a separate, on the very north, near the North Pole, and Hawaii is an island on like the bottom latitude of the U.S. So if there were...
Okay, but if there was an emergency and it was closer, they could, like, go over the Arctic or Antarctic or wherever you said they were coming from.
Flying around a globe from Taiwan or Australia, that sort of area, you would think they would land in Hawaii, but they didn't. They landed in Alaska.
Let's see. World map. Taiwan. Nathan, no. Why would they do that? Australia's closer to Taiwan. All you have to do is go up to the right here, and you're in Alaska. Because this just, it's like Pac-Man. If you're looking at a flat map, it's like Pac-Man. You go off one side, you show up at another. Taiwan is closer to Alaska than it is Hawaii, it looks like. Like, what? And I don't know what their specific flight path was in the first place, but... Nathan.
So that's actually one of the arguments people bring up. I don't think it's the best argument. I'd just rather talk about how the Federal Airline Administration trains pilots. You ask pilots if they account for Earth rotation, they look at you like they saw a ghost.
They look at you because you're an idiot who doesn't understand that the atmosphere moves with the Earth. You don't have to move with the... I've explained this 50 times today. The atmosphere moves with the Earth. We're moving with the Earth. One of the laws of motion says, if something is in motion, you have to act to make it stop. So when an airplane takes off, because it's already moving with the Earth and the atmosphere is also moving with the Earth, they all appear stationary relative to each other. You do not need to account for the rotation of the Earth because you are a part of it. You are already moving in concert with it.
They're like, what are you talking about? Earth rotation.
Nathan, they're saying that because it's a dumb... I mean, don't get me wrong. If someone asks that question and they don't understand about the atmosphere and how it moves and stuff, that's fine. But, like... they're treating you like an idiot because you're probably asking the question multiple times and not understanding their answer.
I'm like, well, you believe the Earth rotates 1,000 miles an hour, right?
It rotates once per day. You keep using linear velocity when it's rotational velocity that matters.
Yeah, so...
Are you asking me that?
I mean, that's what everyone believes. That's what the cult religion of the globe heliocentric model teaches, is the floor is rotating, and that's what's generating day and night.
Outside, the floor is called the ground, Nathan.
Right.
Yeah, 1,000 miles an hour, faster than the speed of sound.
The speed of sound, Nathan, is relative to the medium that you're in. The Earth and its atmosphere are rotating in space. So if you're expecting like a sonic boom, that's not how it works. You're also talking about rotational velocity and not linear velocity, so it's not really applicable. Solias00, thank you for following.
And nobody feels a thing.
Nathan, you don't... When you're in a train, like a maglev train... Maglev trains can go very fast. This train goes over 500... Let me just silence this. This train goes over 500 miles per hour, right? Are they in it yet? Come on. Give me some interior. Come on. There we go. This goes 600 kilometers per hour. No, it's stationary right now. Damn, I need to find one in motion. Hold on. Okay. So while you're in this, when it is not accelerating, but let's say you've already accelerated to 600 kilometers per hour, 500, 300, however much it is, you will not feel motion because no one feels motion. Motion is relative. What we feel is changes in velocity, right? So if the train is speeding up or slowing down, you feel that because your velocity is changing. But as long as everything is moving together and you're already at a consistent pace, it feels like nothing's moving, provided that you don't have a bunch of bumps and stuff, and this is a maglev train, so of course you don't. It's why you could be on a maglev train going like 500 miles per hour, but you could take a coin and stick it on its end, and, like, it would stay there, right? Because, again, once you're moving, it doesn't feel like you're moving. You only feel changes in velocity, not absolute motion. Jouster Zen with 20 bits. Hannah, don't think about it so hard. It'll make perfect sense. Yeah, I bet. After he's done talking to this woman, we'll move on.
Just think about that for a second.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Like I said, I wish I was on drugs because I feel like I would be having a lot more fun with this conversation. But
that may be so.
Yeah, it would definitely be so. Or I would just be laughing hysterically.
What kind of drugs are you into?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure what kind of... You're still in
That's
the
a conversation for a later date.
You're still in the experimental stage.
No, I'm not. But I just don't understand how, I don't know, the plane thing is weird to me.
You're literally saying the plane, the flat thing. That's what plane means.
No, okay.
The
flying thing is weird to me.
The flying thing. Okay, yeah, so the planes, they use the wings, they generate lift, and they go above the flat Earth, and then they reach cruising altitude, they level out.
He's so bad at this.
Right, and then they just...
Like, Flat Earth is bullshit, but if I wanted to defend it, I could do a better job than him. He says he's a good salesman. I find that hard to believe.
Cruise.
I think he's a persistent salesman who pressures people into sales, if that's what he's doing for a living. He's certainly not someone who uses his, like, joie de vivre or, like, skills to get a sale.
Level over the flat Earth. If you look out the window to the right, it's flat and pretty much eye level. You look out the window to the left, it's also flat and pretty much eye level.
Because we're very close to it. Even when you're at even when you're in a plane in the sky, relative to how big the Earth is, you're still very close to the surface.
And so
you have to get quite a bit away from the surface of a sphere when you're our size in order to see it for what it is.
I don't know what you're confused about there.
I'm confused that you can fly from, like, why does it take longer to fly from, if I was to go from New York and fly all the way to China, it would take me 18 hours?
Yeah, I've done that flight.
If I was to fly from New York the opposite way to Australia, it would take you about 24 hours.
Oh, okay, gotcha. This one's a good one. So why does it take longer to travel to China than Australia?
Jet streams.
Very simple. It's a longer distance that you're traveling when you're going to Australia.
No, because you're going opposite directions.
Jet stream. Jet streams exist, and they affect the speed at which planes can proceed through the atmosphere.
So going opposite directions makes it not a longer distance?
No,
I don't follow.
Well, if the Earth were flat, you'd have to take off in New York and go the same way that you went to China, because China is like basically next to Australia.
Not necessarily. I have to look at how they go from the U.S. to Australia. I've never taken that journey. Have you taken any of these flights?
Yeah, I lived in Australia for a year, and I've been there 3 times.
I guarantee if she said no, he was going to just say, well, how do you even know they even exist? But she said yes, so he's like, oh, fuck, I can't use it.
Okay, so 24 hours, and where did you travel over? What direction? Is a lake or a pond or a stream?
Yeah, but you can't explain the flights, though, which is confusing to me.
I did explain the flights. They fly over a non-rotating flat Earth. That's how all pilots are trained. And then you try to imagine a map in your mind, and then ask me how this flights work that you've taken on the map. You imagine. You can check this out. It's wild. And so he says with vaccines.
All right. I'm done with the dumb Nathan conversation. That's it for Nathan for today. Jesus. Let's see what else we got. Oh yeah, we were gonna watch the Simon Dan thing, apparently. This guy, Level Earth Observer, this is from July 17th, 2020. Simon Dan, great channel. Check him out. He debunks the flat Earth stuff better than I ever could. He's like he actually knows his shit. I like to make fun of this stuff, but like, if you want actual answers, he has the answers for you. So check out Simon Dan. This is Level Earth Observer responding to him, apparently.
So, rather than apologise for his pal 2 or 3 weeks ago lying and misrepresenting my claims on his channel, Simon Dan's gone on to make a propaganda video where the whole point of my tennis ball and string vid was to encourage globe scientists, if you like, to provide some practicality with a pendulum to prove that cranes could be dead still on a spinning ball. Dan's obviously exposed himself here and the globe and all his tacky t-shirt sales by providing no practicality whatsoever, just doing a hit piece on my practical reference, which was not even saying anything other.
I'd need to see the original video to get this one. Check out Simon Dan, though. He is great. On YouTube, obviously. What else we got? Hubble locates a rotten banana in space. Jesus. Okay, here, look. This looks like the original video. Flat Earth spinning globe mugged off in under 3 minutes.
Now, I wonder why. Whenever I ask for evidence from the globe science community that tower cranes can be dead still on a spinning ball, I wonder why I never, ever get anything involving a pendulum or a scaled down crane. Wonder why that is. Could it be that any pendulum that is travelling will be swinging all over the shop and give the...
Oh my god. Dude, you're in a vehicle that's going to sway left and right a little bit, and that's going to affect the ball. If you were in a car that could somehow be on a completely smooth thoroughfare, and like wouldn't move left or right at all, it would be completely stationary. But you're on a car, on a public roadway, you're not a machine, you can't drive perfectly, there are going to be imperfections in the road, I don't know what your tires look like, it's going to make changes and the car's gonna rock back and forth slightly, even if it's imperceptible to you, it doesn't matter. A pendulum is gonna move a little bit. Ugh.
The game away? Of course. Thus backing my claims that every single tower crane on Earth disproves the spinning globe.
No, it doesn't, because it's all moving with the globe.
Globe science, to refute me, comes in the form of bottles of spring water, believe it or not, and murdered ping pong balls. That is the best of the best the globe science community can cite as far as tower cranes being dead still on a spinning ball. You don't even get a pendulum in their science. And we're talking about giant pendulums here. Can you see how ridiculous the globe is anyway? It's demonstrably ridiculous. Add to that the fact
Wait, Nathan demanded $200 an hour for a debate? That's fucking hilarious.
Tower crane and pendulum and plumb bob proves that. Obviously tower cranes are on industrial...
I thought he had decent support on Patreon. That's surprising to me.
...size scale. Then add to the fact the globe science to refute that comes in the form of ping pong balls and bottles of water.
Why are you making fun of people using ping pong balls? You're using a tennis ball and twine in your car. Like, what?
Clearly ridiculous. I mean, just think about it for a start. A wobbling, oscillating ball flying through space with tower cranes, hundreds, in some case over 1,000 feet tall, all around that ball being dead still.
Yes, because they're moving along with it, and the momentum maintains the same. The atmosphere that they're in also moves along with it. What don't you understand? It's the same reason. Basically, if this ball, while you were maintaining a consistent forward velocity without any acceleration or deceleration, what you're describing, a world that you're looking for, the ball would have to be swung backwards, like as if motion made things move backward, but it doesn't, because it's moving forward with the car. The reason it sways ever so slightly is because of the minute changes in velocity from left to right in the car.
If there's no wind, think about how ridiculous that is.
Like, how does he think this proves flat Earth when it's basically, it's moving left and right, again, because it's a vehicle and it's going to be uneven. But, like, it's not moving front backward. If the world were as he described, wouldn't it fly backward because the forward momentum should relatively make it go back? It doesn't do that, except when it's accelerating or decelerating, because again, motion is relative.
That's why the tower crane is right up there as far as globe.
Oof, this guy's real bad at this. What else we got? SpaceX Pantomime Company. I'll always click on something with Elon Musk. These spacesuits are cool, by the way. The fact that they've gotten spacesuits like this slim is very cool. I shit talk Elon all the time because I think he's a dick, but I have nothing but respect for the people who work at SpaceX. Like, that shit's neat. Hold on, there's something about the pendulum, apparently. Belsthar has for us. Yeah, Foucault's pendulum. A lot of museums will have these that you can use. They don't think that this is the case, though. They think Foucault's pendulum is horse shit. I've seen them talk about it. Because as the Earth rotates, the direction in which it swings will change slightly. But that's not what they're looking for. They're looking for as if the Earth were to, like, suddenly break and all the, like, momentum would make everyone go, ooh! That's what they're looking for.
Today I'm going to review the SpaceX Pantomime Company. We're going to have a little look at Elon, apparently overcome with emotion. Look at some SpaceX footage, supposedly great achievements made over the last couple of days. And then I'm going to pose the question. Does this SpaceX stuff pass the smell test?
Yeah. Trust me, I hate Elon Musk, but SpaceX, they're on the up and up.
Or is it the usual...
Except for the claims about colonizing Mars in the next, like, 5 to 10 years. I find that dubious. But, like, the fact that they're still, like, building the boosters and getting stuff into space, that's cool.
Tosh we get on the heliocentric pantomime circuit known as space. Let's have a look. First up, let's just take a look at these heliocentric space pantomime costumes and pose the question here. Are these better than the traditional pantomime costumes?
They certainly look more comfortable. Like, again, it's amazing that they were able to slim them down this much. Let's look at traditional NASA suits. NASA spacesuit. These are the spacesuits, more or less, that we've been seeing for the past, 20, 30 years or so. They're quite bulky. They look heavy. They look cumbersome. They look incredibly uncomfortable. But, like, you do what you need to do. And, of course, there's been some changes over time. But, like, look at this. Look at how slim they've been able to get this down to. It's amazing. And, obviously, this is a different situation. I imagine they have different suits for if they're doing a spacewalk than they do just for being in the ship. But, like, it's amazing that they've been able to get them down to this slim. How much easier it must be to maneuver yourself in these things, and how much more comfortable it must be than the previous designs. Like, it's a legit marvel of modern engineering. I'd love to see a video about the design of these suits and how they came about and what, like, obviously I don't expect them to give specifics, but, like, how did they get it down to this level? It's fascinating stuff. It's so, so cool.
I'm not impressed.
You should be. I hate Elon Musk and I'm incredibly impressed because they're amazing.
So we got your space panto costume and your traditional panto costume.
They're not the same thing. One is a colorful farce. The other is a suit meant for space.
Space. Traditional.
I could maybe see the comparison if the spacesuits were like super colorful or something, which kind of would be cool in its own right. But I get you want to go for like a slick, clean space NASA design. But they don't really look silly. They look less silly than the old ones. They're slimmed down. They're sleek. They look like cool. Like, they kind of look like something you'd see in like the movie Interstellar or like one of those, like, near-future sci-fi movies. It's really cool.
Space. Traditional. If I'm honest, I think for credibility, the traditional might have been better. Because these just ain't cutting it, I'm afraid. These are shock.
Let me see if I can see the Tesla, or not Tesla, SpaceX EVA suit. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. That was the original design, I think. They bulked up a little bit in the interim, but... Do-do-do-do-do. So one was EVA and one was IVA? If this is EVA... Or have we not seen the actual AVA suits yet? They're quite neat. Either way.
And the guys in the background with the masks on, I'm guessing that's not for COVID. I'm guessing that's because of the overwhelming smell of bullshit that is oozing from the pantomime stage that is SpaceX. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Okay, first up, the main dame for SpaceX, Elon.
SpaceX doesn't have an EVA suit? Are they just using, like, the typical NASA ones, then, on the International Space Station?
Supposedly here, he's overcome with emotion. Supposedly. Based on what...
Let me see what a NASA suit looks like. NASA IVA suit. Okay, it was still pretty sleek, but I do think the SpaceX ones look pretty slick. Oh, like these ones. Yeah, okay, yeah. I know what you're talking about now. I do like the SpaceX ones better still, but, you know. Zandil, 300 bits. Hey, Hannah, first time actually catching a stream live. Your coming out video resonated with me and got me questioning my identity. And just recently, my egg finally cracked. Thank you so much for being a beautiful person and helping me see a side of myself I've suppressed for so long. Hey, good for you. I'm glad me coming out has helped you get in touch with yourself. I really am. I wish you all the best. Thanks for coming to the stream.
What he's achieved over the last couple of days. This was filmed just before the guys supposedly docked with the
MH Dark Beast, I have seen the Elon Musk Thought Slime video, yes.
Says, okay? We're going to have a listen to Elon here, and I just want you to watch him and listen and just watch how empty his words are. Just watch, there's nothing there.
That's just an Elon thing. Elon has, like, even despite the asshole stuff he does, he just has a very strange personality, so you really shouldn't read into, like, his body language or how he speaks too much, because it's, like, out there. It's very strange.
There's no emotion, there's no realness to what he's saying. There's no conviction.
Yeah, he's a billionaire. He's a billionaire. He's gonna come off as disingenuous.
Just watch, Elon, how empty and how unconvincing he is.
Oh, I'd like to just, acknowledge the incredible work of the people at SpaceX and NASA and everyone in creating this technology and...
Creating what technology, Elon? You're muttering?
The technology that allows us to get into space, the technology that allows the boosters to land back down and be reused, all kinds of technologies I'm not familiar with because I'm not in aero engineering.
Nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Daddy Sume with a link. Hey, Hannah, I found a really interesting podcast I think you'd like. If this is a Rickroll, I'm not going to click on it. I think it's a Rickroll. You ever heard of the story of the boy who cried wolf? One too many times. Fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me 57 times. Shame on me. Fool me a 58th time. Won't get fooled again. George W. Bush.
And you're stuttering. There's no conviction. There's no emotion. Just awkwardness. You're claiming that this... thanking people for inventing this great technology. All you've supposedly...
People are saying it's legit. If this is a Rickroll, the stream is ending immediately because everyone vouched for it. Okay, well there you go. It's not. Congratulations, everyone. Right on.
What you've done is go to low Earth orbit. But in 1969, America supposedly was doing wheel spins on the moon and playing crazy golf.
Yeah. Yep. It was really difficult. And NASA's budget was huge then relative to what it was today. Doesn't mean we haven't improved upon the technology doing it today, right?
So what technology have you invented?
The boosters land. Have you seen it? It's pretty cool. Like, come on, dude. That's amazing.
That's right. Nothing. Just daft stories, fella.
In what has culminated in this incredible launch today of getting astronauts back to orbit after almost a decade, I think this is something that should really get people, right on the heart of anyone who is has any spirit of exploration. And the United States is a distillation of the human spirit of exploration.
Is this guy for real? given what's going on in America at the moment. This guy thinks everyone should be feeling his bit of panto because this idiot sent a rocket up. Literally, we saw a firework.
A firework that had a rocket and people on it. I mean, I don't know why you'd call it a firework, but, you know, do you?
And we've had a bit of panto played out on our screen. Everyone should feel it. Sorry, mate. The days of space panto are over. You know it as well. There's no conviction in what you're saying.
That's just Elon. Elon's just weird. He's an awkward guy. Like, I also think he's kind of evil and egocentric, but, like, he's also just awkward and weird, right?
Just emptiness. I agree. It cannot be easy defending utter fucking nonsense, alright? So, I get it. It's not easy. But I think I could probably do a better job than you. There's nothing. Emptiness, waffle, gibberish.
This is something that's particularly important in the United States, but appeals.
Yeah, don't worry about people losing their homes, jobs, people getting battered, murdered by cops. Don't worry about any of this information, all these crazy stuff going on. Feel the pantomime.
Enjoying the fact that we're, once again, in a space race, like, trying to improve our ability to go outside of our planet, and caring about the well-being of the people in your country are not mutually exclusive concepts. I can be like, wow, SpaceX is cool, and also say, hey, Black Lives Matter. These are not mutually exclusive concepts.
Clang.
To everyone with the throughout the world who has within
Night Daddy Sume. Thanks for coming to the stream.
them the spirit of exploration. So
I got the spirit of exploration. But not looking up at the sky and fantasizing about rockets and CGI. Mine's more about exploring this place, fella. By sea, by land, by air. Going south for as far as you can go. Going north.
It's already been done. What don't you get? We've already been to the South Pole. We've seen it all. Time to go to space.
North for as far as you can go. Mapping it, having a look about. That would be real exploration. Not taking someone's word for it. Go and have a look for myself.
Okay, then go book a cruise to the South Pole. Go for it. You can do it right now.
I'm really quite overcome with emotion on this day. It's kind of hard.
Really? That's funny, because I'm not detecting it whatsoever.
Again, that's just Elon. He's just awkward. That's not his fault.
What I'm detecting is awkwardness. And quite a bad liar, fella.
Believe me, I've heard Elon lie. I've heard him lie about autonomy. This is not Elon lying. This is Elon just, like, trying to be himself, and he's an awkward dude. There are lots of reasons to dislike Elon Musk. His awkwardness is not one of them. It's not his fault he's, like, super duper awkward.
There's no conviction here. It would seem the realization of what you've got yourself into is starting to hit home. The materialistic philosophy is very, very short term as far as the rewards. It's empty. It's non-rewarding. On paper and on TV, on an advert, it sounds great. But the reality of it never really rewards. It's an enslavement system. And I can see now you've probably found that out because you're not very convincing. You're struggling with a lie, it would seem. And your materialistic wealth and trinkets aren't cutting it anymore, are they, Elon?
Talk, frankly.
Elon just got like $1.5 billion the other day in stock payout because the stock was high enough for a long enough period of time. This during a period when all pay raises and bonuses have been frozen for everyone else at Tesla, and in fact, the staff took a 20 to 30% cut. In that same period, he's getting like $1.5 to $2 billion in stock options coming to maturity. It's very fucked up. Like, hey, I'm all here to criticize capitalism if that's what you want to do, but it has nothing to do with whether or not SpaceX is a real company. They are.
It's been 18 years working towards this goal, so it's hard to believe that it's happened. And we haven't quite yet docked.
You're right, it is hard to believe it's happened. The only thing that's happened is a very poor production known as pantomime. That's the only thing that's happened that's real. The rest of it, well...
The space station, and of course we need to bring them back safely, and we need to repeat these missions and have this be a regular occurrence. So there's a lot of work to do, but it's just incredible. I think this is something that everyone, this is a craft made by humans, for humans. This is like some.
You're really struggling to get the emotion going here. I'm just going to bring you back. A craft made by humans for humans. So I've got a question here. Who made the previous craft then? If this one's made by humans, who made the previous craft?
He's not drawing a distinction between the fact that this one is made by humans and for humans and previous ones. He's just saying, like, this is a momentous occasion because people in the United States haven't actually sent someone to space on their own without some aid from another country in like a decade and a half or something like that, since we wound down the space shuttle program. It's just a general, like, hey, human beings, humanity. He's trying to, like, bring out this, like, brotherhood in humanity. He's not the best speaker, though, so that's, again, I can't believe I'm having to defend Elon in this video. I really don't like the guy, but, like, him being bad with his words is not something to criticize him for. That's not why he's a bad dude.
Elon. Reptilians? Bigfoot? Who? Can you see what a mess this SpaceX pantomime company have got themselves into? Dear, oh dear. This so-called genius...
Elon is originally from South Africa. That's where his family made their fortune. They, had an emerald mine that was, let's just say, taken from, native South Africans.
Doesn't have a fucking Scooby-Doo.
That I think humanity should be excited about and proud of occurring on this day.
Humanity needs to look after itself and not give a flying fuck for idiots that appear on our TV screen. Humanity, if you care about that, you should give every single penny of your money away to humanity.
Aliens have not been brought up yet, no.
When push comes to shove, doesn't give a flying fuck about your rockets or your pantomime company, because it doesn't put food on the table, mate. So just because you're appearing on TV doesn't mean anyone gives a fuck, because clearly
a lot of people gave a fuck. Let's see how many people watched the, I don't know, SpaceX launch YouTube. Like, again, I don't like Elon Musk, but I think SpaceX is cool. I watched the launch, right? This got over 1 million views, over 1.5 million views, and this is just from CBC News. This isn't the official stream. SpaceX launch. Let me see if I can find the official one. This one's 1,500, blah, blah, blah. NASA spaceflight, 95,000. 3 million with the Falcon Heavy. 1.1 million. This is just the Dragon crew capsule thing. Like, a lot of people care about space. It's a cool thing.
The crap you've...
After this video, we'll do one Hans Worm hat. And then we're going to call it an evening.
The lack of conviction, the lack of real emotion, just tells us the lie is unraveling. You know it. You know it. Now, when this was live, it cut. You couldn't see it land live, the rocket booster.
The camera very close to it does cut, but that's because, again, it's a rocket landing by firing boosters, so the cameras very close up have technical malfunctions. That's why. And you can't really see anything either because it's kicking up a lot of stuff. But they have actually done stuff before where they have like a ship or something close enough that they can film it from a distance. So it has been seen before, but it's just not an expense that needs to be expended every single time they do this.
But a few hours later you'll get this released. So we'll just have a look at this. Now this is supposedly 20 ton coming down to land on this barge, okay? I want you to look at the barge itself. Watch the barge, and it's a little bit choppy, but watch the barge. And watch the barge. There's going to be a lot of distraction when the supposed rocket gets near with smoke and stuff. But there's no deflection from what I can see whatsoever with regards to the barge. Bearing in mind, 20 ton is landing on it. I would expect to see some deflection, and certainly the effects of that weight compressing onto the barge, and I'd expect to see that affect the water a little bit around the barge. I don't, but let's have a look. Here it comes. 20 ton coming down to land.
Yeah, it's cool.
I just don't see any deflection other than just the ocean itself moving the barge. I didn't see what I would expect to see. 20 ton landing on a barge, I'd expect to see deflection and the effects of that 20 ton around the outside of that barge.
Dude, they specifically designed the barge to move as little as possible. Do you not see how big of an issue it would be if when they tried to land on the barge, the exhaust from the rocket moved it? It's intentionally made to not move.
I didn't. It's almost like it's footage of a barge at sea with a rocket that's been CGI'd in. That's what my opinion of that is. But there we go. Meanwhile, supposedly in the ISS, the two heroes have just joined the ISS, coming through the hatch. Pay particular attention to our mate here.
McLippy, thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate that. I appreciate it a lot.
On the right in the black top. His left hand on the right is almost like he's unhitching a cable. So pay particular attention to...
Have I heard about the scan line over the moon conspiracy? No, I haven't.
The astronaut on the right hand side and his left hand. So let's have a look.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
And again, what's he doing there? Once more. It's almost like...
He's probably trying to find his belt loop to put his hand somewhere to stabilize himself.
Like our mate there is doing his little trick with his harness there to stop himself moving a bit too far. Again, rumbled. No wonder.
And you think no one would be like, hey, we gotta do this take again, guys. He grabbed his harness. Like, dude.
Elon was so sketchy and there was no real emotion. No wonder. This pantomime is just getting worse and worse. And again,
trying to see their
attention.
Oh, they all have short hair.
On the right in the black top. His left hand.
Oh, thank you for giving another gifted sub, McLippy. Appreciate it.
On the right is almost like he's unhitching a cable. So pay particular attention to the astronaut on the right hand side and his left hand. So let's have a look.
He was going to grab for his belt loop. What?
And again, what's he doing there?
Capitalistic propaganda.
Once more.
Thank you, Neff Buttercup, for following.
He's doing his little trick with his harness placing.
Alright, that's enough of that. One Hans Worm hat, and then we'll raid Jake.
Hans Worm hat.
Debunking comets. It's Worm hat time.
This is a video, I'm just making it because I recently saw firsthand what NASA would call a comet. I don't see any reason to call something by that name because that conjures up these images of an ice ball flying through outer spaceland.
Yeah, because that's what we call those. That's why it conjures up that image. It would be like if I was like a turtle truther and I'm like, I don't like the word turtle. It conjures up image of these creatures with shells. Like, yeah, that's because that's what that word means. Good job. Thanks. Thank you, Cuddly Flower, for following.
And we know that outer space is not real.
Outer space is real.
Look at this really interesting thing that I just stumbled upon. An illustration of the six-tailed Great Comet of 1744. It's something optical. It looks like a flashlight being shown underwater. It's the same thing with what they call shooting stars, it's not...
1744 comet. Let's look this up. The Great Comet of 1744. McLippy with 1,500 bits. Haven't been able to catch a stream in a little while. Wanted to stop by and share some love. Thanks so much, McLippy. Thank you so much. The Great Comet of 1744, whose official designation is C1743X1, also known as Comet de Chazot or Comet Kinkberg-Chazot, was a spectacular comet that was observed during 1743 and 44. It was discovered independently in late November 1743 by Jan de Munch, in the second week of December by Dirk Kirkenberg, and 4 days later by Jean-Philippe de Chazot. It became visible with the naked eye in several months in 1744 and displayed dramatic and unusual effects in the sky. Its absolute magnitude or intrinsic brightness of 0.5 was the 6th highest in recorded history. Its apparent magnitude may have reached as high as -7, leading it to be classified among what are called great comets. This comet is noted especially for developing a fan of 6 tails after reaching its perihelion. Interesting. 6 tails. The comet reached perihelion about March 1st, 1744, when it was 0.2 astronomical units from the sun. At this time, it was bright enough to be observed in daylight with the naked eye. As it moved from its perihelion, a spectacular tail developed, extending well above the horizon, while the comet's head remained invisible due to the morning twilight. In early March 1744, Chazot and others observed reported an extremely unusual phenomenon. A fan of 6 separate tails rose above the horizon. The tail structure was a puzzle to astronomers for many years, although the comets had displayed multiple tails on occasion. The 1744 comet was unique by having 6. It has been suggested that the fan of tails was generated by as many as 3 active sources on the cometary nucleus, exposed in turn to solar radiation as the nucleus rotated. It's also been proposed that the tail phenomenon was a very prominent example of the dust striae seen in the tails of some comets such as Comet West and C 2006 P1 McNaught. Interesting.
Space rock going into the atmosphere, and no, it's something optical. It reminds me of if you've ever been in a room with light shining in, and people, they put these like dangly, it's like a jewel in the window, and or a crystal or whatever, and as the crystal spins, you see it fling light off in all sorts of different directions. That's what shooting stars reminded me of. It's like a shard of light that flickers by you really quick. And I don't know, I'm not going to say that I know what these things are exactly. That's a big point of this video, is anybody who talks to you like they know exactly what's happening, they're big phonies and they're liars.
Okay, no, but not if that person's an expert. Then they probably are the person you should be asking about that, okay?
And withholding judgment, not claiming to know exactly what's happening, is a big way to...
Like if a mathematician comes up to me and explains to me how calculus works, I don't know how to do calculus, I'm gonna assume what they're saying is true because it's their job and they've spent years learning about it, right?
Get outside the mind box. NASA Outer Space Fantasyland, it's a mind box that keeps your ideas stuck in a false reality.
Speaking of false realities, Hans, have you ever considered that everything you believe is bullshit and you're actually much stupider than you act? And instead of actually having all this secret information about how the world actually works, you're just an incredibly delusional person with not only delusions about the shape of the Earth and whether or not space exists, but delusions of grandeur in which you believe that you are one of the most intelligent people on the Earth, when in reality, you are much stupider than the average person. Have you considered it? Because you probably should.
All that stuff is just nonsense, so... Anybody who comes and tries to talk to you about these events as if it exists inside that NASA land, you just know it's wrong. And, I mean, look at this. How could...
I swear to God, if life were a musical, I'd have, like, a patter song all about how much I hate Hans Wormhat. That, I don't know if that makes sense to anyone, but that's how I feel about it. That's my strong statement on Hans Wormhat. I hate him enough to do a patter song about him.
Could anything possibly happen like this if what they tell us about comets is real? There would be no reason for it to have 6 different tails.
Jouster Zen, need some ice for that bird.
So this...
There are people who watch him and believe him. He gets mostly likes on his videos, and most of the comments are supportive, although I do know he deletes comments by people who disagree with him. He's hidden me from the channel, and a bunch of people who've asked him to come on the show because I'd like to talk to him someday about this stuff, but he doesn't seem particularly interested in actually discussing these things with someone. I wonder why.
Enough should just debunk anything that NASA says about comets. And what I did in this video, I didn't really go in depth into anything. I mean, we'll just see. I'll read whatever I have pictures of and say what comes to mind. But a big point about whenever you're looking up anything outer space land, you just have to see these things with your eyes. You have to see it for yourself with something that's not digital. You're not having a bunch of images put together, and even your eye can be deceiving. A lot of these telescopes, scopes, it changes the way that objects look just by merely observing. And
Hans Wormhat has the letters ANS, ANS. Hans is a woman named Anne, and she's trying to trick us all. Stop it, Anne's Wormhat.
That's just a truth of science, that a lot of stuff that they teach you in science, it is true. And one of the things that they teach you is that the mere act of observing changes reality. And we definitely get that with NASA Outer Space Fantasyland stuff. Just because you can come up with a picture doesn't make that real life necessarily. Sure, you might be observing something, but you know what, and how close to real life is what you're observing. Anyways.
Well, you could ask a scientist who actually studies whatever specific thing you're talking about. For instance, if you're talking about comets, you could probably ask an astrophysicist what they are and how they form, and they'll tell you all about it, because typically people with doctorates have a passion for the thing that they've studied their entire lives to become an expert in. And if they find people who are willing to learn about that subject, they are more than willing to talk about it with you. Or you could go on the internet and bitch about the fact that you actually aren't educated, and instead of just admitting that you feel insecure about that, you could spend years of your life wasting time making videos about how the Earth is flat and how everyone is trans except you. Did that hit close to home, Hans? It's supposed to. Please, do anything with your life other than this. You only have so much time. What a waste. Thank you for subscribing. Oh boy. Jenna Sequoy Smith. It's the best I got. Thank you very much. Oh, Hans does transvestigation videos where he thinks he's like one of the only men on the planet. He thinks a bunch of people are secretly trans or intersex. He uses the terms interchangeably despite the fact that they're different things.
I just picked this because look at how often they'll just admit it's an image processing technique. And spacecraft is BS. It may be high altitude.
Oh, je ne sais quoi, of course. Gotcha. Je ne sais quoi Smith. Thank you for subscribing. Chapomon, Oregon. So does that mean I'm really a woman and so is my husband? Yes. That's what he believes, unironically.
So I don't know, but and they build, you know, if outer space was real, there would be no reason to build observatories on the ground. But
what? Hans, the reason that there are many observatories on the ground is because that's where people live.
The best observatories, I think, that they're on the ground.
No, the Hubble telescope, for instance, takes pretty amazing pictures, and that's in space. The reason they all aren't in space is because, again, it's easier to use them on the ground, and also it's very expensive to put equipment into space and then repair it if something goes wrong.
And, of course, Hubble and all that's BS.
Really? Is it, Hans? Let's see. Hubble telescope. Do-do-do-do, there's the Hubble telescope. You can see pictures of it. You can see it being built. Hubble telescope being built. You can see pictures of it. Hans, take 5 seconds and look things up before you let it come out of your mouth. Where'd it go? There it is.
They put them up in the mountains. So, images like this, they don't make any sense. There would be no reason for the tail to look like this if what they told you about comets was real life.
In what way? Why?
It wouldn't work like this.
Why do you think that? You have no expertise. You don't know anything about comets or astrophysics. On what are you basing the idea that you think you know better than actual astrophysicists who have spent their lives studying things like this? Why do you think you know better?
They give you different reasons. They say one of the tails is this, one of the tails is this, and there might be a speck of truth to what they're saying, but they frame it in this box that is just so wrong that it's super corrupted. So just to give you an instance, they'll say stuff like, "Oh, we found salts in one of the tails, but we didn't find it in." Okay, that could be true. I don't know. Maybe...
Okay, Hans. Take that I don't know and apply it to everything you don't know. Stop assuming you know better than people who actually take the time to learn this stuff. It's so ridiculous, Hans, and so egotistical that you believe that you somehow know better than actual experts in the field. It would be like going into a restaurant when you don't know how to cook and barging into the kitchen and being like, excuse me, I can make better soup than that, and pushing the chef aside and going, I can do better than you. Hans, stop it. Stop. I know you don't have any education. It's fine. Stop taking your insecurities out on those who do have an education.
Because ionized gases, I know that different salts and different just compounds burn with different colors. So at the end of the day, there could be just a speck, a little grain of truth to the thing that they're saying, but everything out of their mouth is a bunch of BS. They'll say something that might be based in reality about why one of the things is blue and the other one isn't. But then they frame it...
It probably has to do with the chemical composition of the comet. I don't know that to be a fact, but I would assume that that's the case.
And it's 9 million miles away, it's the blah, 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 it's icy chunk, where it just clearly that's not what you're looking at.
On what are you basing that? On what are you basing the fact that you don't believe the fact that these people have actually studied and used tools to discover that? Are you literally just saying you're looking at it, and that's it? Are you saying that you're infallible, Hans? Because that's a pretty fucking bold and ridiculous statement to say that you're infallible, and you think that you looking at something with your naked eye is equivalent to someone using some sort of spectrometer to actually measure the makeup of the tail coming off of this comet. Like, how delusional do you have to be in order to be like, spectroscopy? Fuck that. I can use my eyeballs. Really? Can your eyeballs see individual elements? No? Then shut the fuck up. Jesus.
In order for you to conclude that this thing that you're looking at is an ice chunk flying through outer spaceland, like, that's just clearly not what you're looking at. You don't have to believe things that people tell you.
Hans, when you say stuff like clearly and then you have no actual evidence, it's an admittance that you don't have any evidence. You're saying, I don't have to show you evidence. Clearly it's this. No, it's not clearly that, Hans. It's not. If you have evidence that that's not what a comet is, then you need to show that evidence. And if you don't, why did you make the video? Why did you make a video about this, Hans, if you have no evidence and you just want to ramble for 30 minutes on the fact that you don't believe things that people spend their lives studying? You're literally the human embodiment of Dunning-Kruger. Either that, or you're the most amazing Andy Kaufman-esque, like, parody I've ever seen. Either way, Your existence hurts me physically.
If the things that people are telling you sounds like a bunch of nonsense, oh, this is an ice ball flying through a vacuum. That sounds like nonsense, and that's not what this looks like.
Why does that sound like nonsense to you, Hans? Why does that sound like nonsense? Like, if someone tells you off the bat, like, did you know everything in your body is made up of elements, and these elements are defined by the number of electrons orbiting around a neutron, and these are, like, atomic particles that make up everything? Like, it's not intuitive, but it can be true. Things that are unintuitive can often be true, right?
You don't have to believe what they say just because they're an authority figure. So it doesn't really look like this. Almost. This one wasn't bad. I tried to pick some images that looked kind of what I saw the comet yesterday kind of looked. Kind of like this. But you'll never be able to capture it exactly with the photograph. And that's just a truth about imagery. And most of what you see, it's not even close. Like when you see images of Saturn, it looks nothing like what actual Saturn through just a proper telescope without any computers or any adding images together. Or if you see real images of Saturn, it looks nothing like what NASA shows you.
Let's see images of Saturn. Images of Saturn. We saw one that's an amateur image of Saturn before. So let's see if we can find one. Amateur. You can do this, Hans. Buy a telescope and you can get your own pictures of Saturn that look just like this. It's fucking Saturn, Hans. It's fucking Saturn. Like, what do you want? And yes, people with professional grade telescopes, like actual, like, observatories, are going to get better pictures because they spend millions of dollars on their equipment. It's like saying, I'm trying to think of it. It's like saying, I tried to make special effects on my home computer, and it doesn't look nearly as good as the ones in Avengers Endgame. Like, yeah, about 35 people, about, like, fucking 300 people worked on the special effects for Endgame, and millions of dollars were spent on it. Of course, the shit you make at home isn't going to be as good, but you can still try. And this applies in astronomy. Get a telescope, Hans. Look at things for yourself. If you're not even going to do the bare minimum, why talk about this? It's maddening how ignorant you are.
And you get a lot of that with the comets, too. Most of the images you see look nothing like what it actually looks like.
This does apply to doesn't understand how cameras work on the bingo card. I don't have it, but yeah, if you have it, click it off.
Like, this is kind of closer. Kind of looks like this. Looks like a flashlight underwater. There's waters above. Look at how much these look like comets.
Hans, no, they don't look like that. Oops, that's news. I want images. Hans, do you see how it streaks off like this? Light doesn't function like that. This is ice coming off of the comet. Or this is like the, basically, as far as I understand it, and this is an incredibly rudimentary understanding, sunlight can start to melt some of the ice and it comes off as vapor. Vapor of whatever the ice is comprised of. It's not a light, Hans. Jesus Christ.
Like, you could take this and put it in a... Seriously, you could Photoshop this and turn that into a comet.
My research on the bingo, if you have it, yeah. Yes. That is one, indeed.
Really easy. And this, I picked this image because look at the hair. This is what hair should look like in 0G. But it's total mockery, this NASA stuff. You think that they would let people have their hair out like this? That would be get everywhere, and what...
Hans, you just said this is what hair should look like in 0G, like you're about to show me a picture of someone with long hair on a spaceship and having their hair completely down, but then you showed me an image of someone in 0G with their hair floating around, thus proving that they are in space. Hans, it wouldn't surprise me. Let me see. Women in space. I don't know if NASA has any regulations in terms of hair length for their astronauts, but here are some women and their hair are up. Here are some women, short hair, might be in a ponytail, it's hard to tell. There's a woman, her hair's in a ponytail, short hair. Short hair. They have pretty long hair. But the point is, there is a plethora of images of women in space with their hair floating. Hans, literally do 5 seconds of a Google search before you open your mouth. You fool. You absolute fool.
What they show you is the ISS is so cluttered. They dazzle you with their sets. It's a set. It's like a Hollywood set.
A Hollywood set that somehow defies gravity? That's impressive, Hans. Seems like it would be easier to just actually go into space than create an anti-gravity device, but hey, what do I know? I'm just an asshole on the internet, talking about things they don't understand. No one should listen to someone like me, Hans. Don't you agree?
And their hair is so dumb. This one has the most punchable face ever. What a witch.
What? What? Hans, she's just eating chicken in space. Why you gotta fucking be a violent douchebag?
What a dude. Bride of Frankenstein, hairspray hair. Okay, they're laughing, cracking up because it's so stupid.
They're probably smiling because they're in space. Something only dozens of human beings have ever accomplished, hundreds probably at this point, in human history, and they're one of the few who get to do it. Jesus, Hans.
This one brought like 3 different flutes, allegedly.
Yeah? Do you not like flutes, Hans? I like this little one down here. It actually looks a little bit, other than the plastic tip here, looks a little bit like the flute that Picard used in The Inner Light in TNG.
Look. Bride of Frankenstein hair, that's not how it works. I just wanted to show this, because it debunked.
It is, Hans. Your hair floats around. You just said.
All that stuff. This is what hair in neutral buoyancy looks like. Not like this. Bride of Frankenstein stuff.
Hans, they look the same. They both have hair floating around.
It's mocking. Jeez. How NASA trains astronauts 40 feet underwater. So, comets, I think that they are key. The idea that a comet looks like a flashlight underwater.
I'm gonna speed this up a little bit. We're gonna do fast, Hans.
Water's above. And maybe it has something to do with the waters above. I don't know, but I know what they tell me is a bunch of BS. In 2014, NASA admitted that one of their astronauts nearly drowned. And look here, the word choice. They admitted. Why would they say that?
Because Hans, he almost drowned in his spacesuit. Specifically, I think it had to do with his spit. Let's take a look. Luca Paramitano. Luca Paramitano. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Here, let me do the research that you couldn't be bothered to do, Hans, you dumb fuck. Spacesuit leak that nearly drowned astronaut could have been avoided. A potentially deadly spacewalk water leak that nearly drowned an Italian astronaut during a spacewalk last July was one of the scariest close calls in NASA's spacewalk history. In fact, the spacesuit also leaked during an earlier spacewalk but went undetected at the time, according to a NASA report released today, February 26th. The announcement came as NASA released a series of investigations into the harrowing spacewalk on July 16, 2013, in which water flooded the spacesuit helmet of Italian astronaut Luca Paramitano, forcing NASA to abort the spacewalk and get him to safety. In the end, the malfunction was completely unexpected and unlike anything the space agency planned for. NASA officials didn't realize the leak had also occurred at the end of a spacewalk on 1 week earlier on July 9th. Paramitano and his fellow spacewalker, NASA's Chris Cassidy, thought the water in the suit after the July 9th EVA, NASA lingo for extravehicular activity or a spacewalk, was the product of a leaky drink bag. That conclusion was incorrect, with the subsequent investigation finding the suit also leaked during the earlier excursion. If the water buildup after the first spacewalk had been discussed in more detail, mission controllers probably would have realized that the issue needed to be investigated further before pressing ahead. In the next spacewalk on July 16th, officials stated in the 222-page investigation report released today, "I would say all of the EVA issues we've encountered to date, this would be the most serious one that we've encountered," Chris Hansen, chairman of the Mishap Investigative Board, told members of the media in a news conference today. "I don't know of any other failures that have had this potential hazard associated with them." The source of the water leak was a clogged filter. However, they're not sure what contaminated the filter in the first place. Engineers are still trying to find the root cause of the buildup. So basically, there's already water in this suit, both via drink bags, let's see, and other parts of the suit, and that started leaking and was getting around their face, right? It's not about water coming in from outside, Hans. Maybe read the article before you run your mouth. That'd be great. That is, if you can read. I guess I don't know.
Why would they ever say NASA admitted today that an Italian... They're saying that, hey guys...
Because they're admitting to a fault that happened in their systems. Do you need me to get a dictionary for you?
Guys, this is an admission. It's water. It's scuba.
No, it's not.
You know what they sell you as spacewalks? It's scuba. And you absolutely... There are tons of videos out there where people have found air bubbles and all that. That's not my... I don't go and look for that kind of stuff. But because it's already out there. If you want to go look for bubbles when it comes to outer space stuff, go for it. You will find images and videos out there. But here, like, to me, this is the type of stuff that just, to me, is so obvious. NASA admitted today that they wouldn't use that word if they weren't disclosing some information here.
Yes, they're disclosing why he nearly drowned, Hans. It had to do with the leakage of the interior of the suit. Not a leak from the exterior into the interior, but a leak from some interior system into the cavity where the head is held. Read the article. Don't just look at headlines, you absolute dolt.
They would just say NASA said today, or, reported today. I think I've said a lot. Just really quickly, if you want to pause and read any of these. So the reason I chose this is comets are really interesting. It seems like any old person can be the person to discover a comet. And they're very unpredictable. If they knew what they were, they wouldn't be unpredictable. We wouldn't have 6-tailed comets. And then some of them have 2 tails, and then some of them...
Hans, just because you understand what something is, doesn't mean it can't be unpredictable. We don't understand everything about something, but we can still understand in general what it is. Okay? Like, we can understand, for instance, let's go to a completely different field, just to give an analogy. We can understand what schizophrenia is, right? If someone's like a paranoid schizophrenic or a disorganized schizophrenic, that doesn't mean we can predict their behavior necessarily, right? The same thing applies here. We understand that comets are balls of ice flying through space, which does exist, that doesn't mean we know everything about them.
They think that they're going to get bright, but then they don't get bright, and then some of them become surprisingly bright. They're all over the place. Who knows? And don't put yourself in the box, the NASA box, because that's BS, and that's not right. And yeah, nobody can be in academia unless they are a part of that NASA Outer Space Fantasyland box. And
hey Hans, Baja Blast, my girlfriend is a 4th-year PhD candidate. And yeah, that's true. We all had to swear in on Freemason books, and we all had cool robes. This is actually here. See, you think orange is the secret color? It's not. It's actually purple. This is my cloak from the ceremony. This is my official Freemason hat. They're very stylish. I wear it on top of my tinfoil hat. And yeah, we all swear allegiance to Buzz Aldrin. He's the leader. True story. Just so you know.
And that just shows you how rigged this place is. You physically can't go to an observatory and look at these things unless
you can.
You're publishing papers about NASA Outer Space Fantasyland.
There are public observatories, but there are also research ones. And yeah, they're not going to have random people come and touch their multi-million-dollar equipment without a basic knowledge of how they work.
Nobody who is openly, we live under a dome, the firmament, and God is real, Genesis 1 is real. Nobody who is preaching that is allowed to go use Palomar Observatory and check it out. Only if you're part of the club.
Hans, do you know how to work a multi-million-dollar radio telescope? Do you know what a radio telescope is, Hans?
So just spectacular. I don't know what they are. I don't know what it is, but I don't like the word comet. I think the word comet is terrible. Look at this Fantasyland.
Orbital mechanics. Do you think being incredulous is evidence? It's not.
That's fantasy when somebody has to come and draw you a picture like this. How does that make sense? That something has an orbit like that. Orbital mechanics is such BS. They try to pretend like they can do the most spectacular just any claim out of NASA. They have some of the most absurd claims. First, we're going to slingshot off of this.
Hans, have you played Kerbal Space Program? I recommend it. Give it a shot. I think it's on Steam. Give it a play. Maybe next time, instead of making a video where you sound like an idiot for half an hour, just spend, an hour playing Kerbal Space Program. Learn how orbital mechanics works.
And then we're going to slingshot off of this. And then we're going to slingshot. They just totally jump the shark with this NASA stuff. It's just not believable. They dazzle people with science. And I guess that's worth pointing out here. People will be like, oh, well, you're using a computer. And I think that this computer stuff is fallen angel tech. That's...
Alan Turing! You and your blasted fallen angel tech.
Being disclosed, that's just being brought to the public. I don't know exactly why. I think maybe... So now I'm just throwing stuff out here. The Beast could be...
Hans, then aren't you endangering your soul by using this fallen angel tech? Actually, this is true. We talked about this at the meetings with all the other Freemasons. Everyone who makes YouTube videos is going to hell. So you should definitely not make any more YouTube videos. Or you're going to the big old HE double hockey sticks. You and me and Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson, we're all going to be playing poker together. And it'll be very warm.
This AI, internet, what do they call it? The cloud. Anyways, this crazy AI system. I don't believe that humans came up with computers after horse and buggy within just like a couple hundred years. No, this is some crazy stuff.
We did, though. We did. It's impressive. Progress within the human race has been pretty great over the last couple hundred years. Pretty cool shit. Random invite with 10 bits. How many decks? 3-card, 5-card, or 7-card poker. Whatever Texas Hold'em is. There's 43 decks. And it's all jokers.
And I've taken some computer classes, and it's funny when the teacher tries to explain how a computer works, they have no idea. They have no idea.
Hans, are you saying that because you didn't understand what your teacher said, it means no one understands it? Hans, I know you're going to find this hard to believe, but you don't come off as the most intelligent person in the world. And I think a lot of the time when you don't understand something, instead of just accepting that, because I'm not going to pretend I understand computers either. I don't. But I do accept that there are people who do understand them, right? It's perfectly fine to accept that there are things that we don't understand that other people do. It doesn't make you a lesser person. In fact, it's the only honest way to live. So maybe if you just decided for once in your life to go, you know what? Maybe I don't know the absolute truth about this thing, but someone else does. I think you'd feel a lot better. I really do.
Idea how this stuff works. And they blinded us with science. And it really is, you know, they say sufficiently advanced technology, it's science! You can't discern it from magic. Yeah, it's very strange. All this technology that we have, just in our hands, everybody. But we don't really question it. So here they're just throwing out a bunch of numbers, roughly 2,533 years. I mean, do you really think that they know this thing? I don't know. Are they just doing a 33?
And they're basing it on its current trajectory. Orbital mechanics are quite predictable within our own solar system, so we can make models based on orbital mechanics. And even though you and I don't understand the specifics of orbital mechanics, Hans... Sorry, I'm just dealing with my Nutella shit. Even though you and I don't understand the specifics of orbital mechanics, doesn't mean it isn't real. Like, I don't understand how a TV works, but it turns on nonetheless. I don't understand how... Well, no, I do understand how soap works. It binds... One end binds to, like, the grease molecule, and the other end binds to water. I get that. What's something I don't understand, but I know works? Aspirin. I don't know how aspirin works, but I know if I have a headache and I take an aspirin, I know it works, right? Same thing applies here. There are things we don't understand, but other people do, and that's kind of how society functions. It's a bunch of people. One person knows how to bake good bread. They're the baker. One person knows how to make candles. They're the candlestick maker. One person knows how to butcher cows. They're the butcher. And they all pool their knowledge and resources and create a community so no one has to understand everything. Everyone kind of has their thing, right? Welcome to Earth, Hans. Glad you're here with us.
And they love to take every opportunity they can to push their agendas. The estimated probability of this striking Earth and future passages through. If these comet things are so rare, which they are extremely rare, this is... I don't know if I remember seeing the Halley whatever comet in my youth. I honestly don't remember.
Halley's Comet.
But, so this would be like the second comet.
Named after Sir Edmund Halley.
That I've ever seen. And yet this is their explanation for where water comes from. They love to just spin this tail and weave a web. They love to interlock all their things together. Oh, now this comet event is supposed to be what causes all the water to get on Earth. That doesn't make any sense.
It does if the Earth is billions of years old, which it is.
There would have to be so many of these things flying around.
Over billions and billions of years, yeah. Yep.
So they love to talk about, oh, these things might smash into Earth, guys. This was really interesting. I didn't know this, but apparently there's a lot of comets, which to me it looks like light shining through water, like a flashlight. It's like there's a pinprick hole in the firmament, optically, not like a real one. You can't get past the firmament. But anyways, it looks like, yeah, there's just a little hole that's letting light. Maybe it's like reflected light somehow.
Hans, if nothing can get through the firmament, then what are asteroids? Because asteroids, even tiny ones, come through and do survive the atmosphere sometimes.
From the sun, that's just coming through like a hole comes through, like light comes through a hole, you know? That's what it looks like. That's what a lot of the stars look like. It looks like just light shining through a pinprick hole. But anyways, apparently there's a lot of these objects really close to the sun, which doesn't make any sense. If a ball of ice was really close to the sun, it would just melt and break into pieces instantly. But allegedly, how long has our solar system, which, oh my gosh, these words, I just hate them. They just trigger me every time I hear them now. How long is our solar system supposed to have been around, and yet you're telling me that there's still these little ice chunks that are orbiting really close to the sun? That doesn't make sense. You can't have a system with a really hot object, and then you have a little tiny little ice fleck, and it's right next to that hot object for how many millions of years? Doesn't make sense. It's because NASA Outer Space Fantasyland doesn't make sense. Comets aren't ice chunks. The sun just clearly isn't a ball. It's a disk. It looks exactly like when you look through a microscope. Whatever you're looking at looks like a disk. That doesn't mean that whatever the object it is a disk.
What? Everything in a microscope doesn't look like a disk. Microscope images. No, like, that's not what I mean. I don't know, here's some cells. Like, these don't look like discs. This doesn't look like a disc. Are you literally talking about the fact that it, like, is circular because that's the shape of the lens? That's the shape of the eyepiece you're looking through? Hans, the sun is a sphere, bud.
But I don't know, maybe the sun is a disk, I don't know, but the sun is not a ball of gas. If what NASA told us was
the sun is a mass of incandescent gas and a something nuclear furnace where hydrogen turns to helium and it burns at millions of degrees, they might be giants.
Real. When you look at the sun in the sky, it wouldn't have a discernible edge. It would be smudgy. It would be just a really bright spot in the sky that slowly...
Hans, it's very far away. If you look at closer images of the sun, you can see smudgy stuff. Images of the sun. So when you zoom in on the sun, you do actually see sort of like a corona. And you see the flares coming off of it. We're just very far away from it, and it's so bright that you can't see this with the naked eye. But again, Hans, you could. I wouldn't recommend you look directly at it. But if you get a telescope that you can hook up to a monitor, you could, like, look at this yourself. It's very simple. But you won't do that, Hans, because you know it would prove you wrong. And admitting you are wrong is apparently the one thing you're completely incapable of doing.
Slowly the edge faded out. Anyways, there's so much that you could talk about why NASA doesn't match reality. So I'll just leave it at that for now.
Hello, Chronistad.
How is that a real thing? How do you have a sun-grazing comet? So, there you go. If you want to just debunk comets, just go research sun-grazing comets, because that doesn't make any sense. How do you have a tiny ice thing that's really close to the sun? It would just evaporate instantly. It'd be gone. It wouldn't be here right now.
It's not that close to the sun.
Because, allegedly, according to them, the solar system's been around for millions of years, so how...
Billions of years.
Do you have a tiny little ice chunk right next to the sun, millions of years later, allegedly? Well, you don't, because it's BS. You don't live in...
I'm pretty sure comets can come in and out of the solar system. Like, theoretically, one just roaming around the Milky Way galaxy could come in to it and then become sort of slave to the sun's gravity and fall into its own orbit.
Or Spaceland. Nearly 1/3. Look, it just gets even crazier. Oh, so nearly 1/3 of all comets are sun grazing. That's totally contradictory to what they tell us it is.
No.
I mean, look at how crazy just this last one. But a comet with a new whatever, they say it's likely to survive.
Oh, Hans, can you not say the word nucleus? That's pronounced nucleus for future reference.
A passage with a final radius of 1 kilometer. What? Whatever, I don't know exactly what they're saying there, but you can go research it more if you want to.
Hans, if you don't understand the Wikipedia page, can you admit that you probably do not understand what a comet is and how it works? Like, again, I can't believe I keep having to say this, but just because we don't understand something doesn't make it a conspiracy. It's okay to admit you can't understand something. Because it seems, by watching your videos, and I have watched many of them on these streams, it certainly seems like there are a lot of things you don't understand. And for some reason that makes you incredibly insecure. That's okay. You're allowed to feel that way. But you shouldn't lash out because of your insecurity and then blame everyone else and say, oh, it's not that I don't understand, it's that it's all a conspiracy. No, you just don't understand, and that's okay. I'm sure you have other things going for you.
Too. Here's what I was kind of referencing earlier with the sodium tail. I don't know, maybe there is something about sodium something, but it has nothing to do with NASA land. And unfortunately, the gatekeepers are all at the top. Normal, regular people aren't going to be able to have access to the top-of-the-line instruments that these NASA fraudsters get. So,
Hans, you can get a telescope, and next time a comet comes by, you can, like, put in the coordinates and have it, like, track it. It's a thing you can do. Amateur astronomy is a thing.
It's not fair. It's a rigged game. That's it. Normal, natural humans, we have to do our best to have our own ideas about what these things are. We don't even have access to the type of instruments that they have access to. And so, yeah, there's probably a grain of truth to what they're saying, but as far as the whole NASA story, if somebody's presenting you an idea that's in that land, you just know it's flat out wrong. The third type of tale, okay. This was just kind of a fantastical story. Carolyn Shoemaker and her husband Gene, both famous for co-discovering Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9, were involved in a car crash after photographing the comet. Gene died in the crash, and his ashes were sent to the moon. The moon is also a disk. It's a light in the sky.
I don't know why you're laughing at that, Hans. Like, that's a sad story. Like, you asshole.
Yeah, you can't land there. You can't get past the firmament, and all these objects are up past the firmament. And I believe that the firmament is an optical device, just like how a microscope. When you look inside a microscope, you see an image, but you're not looking directly at the thing. You're seeing a projected image from all the lenses.
Hans, you would need to demonstrate that there's a firmament first, which you have not done. So you're just talking shit. The person who in this video is saying comets aren't real, something that has been observed numerous times, is claiming that there's a firmament with absolutely no evidence. The irony, it's palpable.
So there's this thing about comets around Jupiter. How are these things getting lit up so that we can see them? How is a tiny little speck out by Jupiter getting lit up? Jupiter's not producing its own light, allegedly.
Correct, it's not.
But, so I don't know. I don't know what this is. Very interesting, but it's...
There was no context, so I don't know, Hans. If you looked at whatever web page you found this on, I'm sure there's information, but again, that would require reading, which it seems you're incapable of doing.
Certainly not ice chunks. There's Jupiter orbiting comets. Here we had another 33. Orbit is just another word I hate. There's just no such thing as gravity. Gravity...
There is, Hans. There is gravity. It's gravity. And it's not buoyancy. Don't say it's buoyancy, because if there were no gravity and the only thing that existed was buoyancy, then there's nothing that would make it shoot downwards. It could shoot up, or left, or right. Buoyancy only dictates that things will try to float or sink depending on their density. It doesn't say what direction they should go. So if there was buoyancy but no gravity, my pen might try and shoot, you know, all the way to the wall. It might try and shoot towards the ceiling. This is why buoyancy, when you calculate it, let's look at the buoyancy equation, shall we? Buoyancy formula. Buoyant force formula. Okay, so here's the buoyant force formula. B equals PF V times G. See this G, Hans? This G stands for gravity, and without it, you cannot calculate buoyant force. Buoyancy requires, our understanding of buoyancy requires gravity, at least here on Earth. The reason this pen goes down instead of up, instead of left, or right, or diagonal, is because of gravity.
It's not real. Density and buoyancy, that's why things go down, not gravity.
No, Hans, if there was no gravity, why would it go down? Why would it not go side to side? Like, there's just as much atmosphere that way and that way as there is upwards. If we were on a flat plane, in fact, there'd be more left and right, because Earth would just go on until the ice wall. So why, just using buoyancy, does this always go down and not all sorts of different directions?
I just thought this was... I don't know. See, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Jupiter looks like some sort of fluid to me. Jupiter reminds me of microscopic images of like a biological...
That's a funny thing to say. Because Jupiter is actually a fluid, Hans. It's a gas giant. Gas is a fluid. So you're right. Jupiter is a fluid. It's made of gas. It's a gas giant. You got one right. Accidentally. It is, however, in space. So.
Logical organism. You know what I'm talking about? The slides, like the medical slides when they're looking at something organic. But it kind of also looks like a thing of coffee that somebody dumped creamer in it. I don't know what Jupiter is. I don't know. There's nothing wrong.
It's a gas giant. It's a gas giant, Hans. You can look it up.
I was saying I don't know. We just had some interesting numbers here. 733 when fragment G. G for like 7, masonry. 733. Waves. They talked about the waves, which made me think water, of course.
Hans, have you ever considered talking to a therapist about your paranoia? I think it would help you.
The collisions generated enormous waves. One of the surprises of the impacts was the small amount of water revealed compared to prior predictions. Yep. Some predictions... So when they saw these, what they call comets, when they saw these comets that crashed into Jupiter, I don't know. They're making too many assumptions. Prove it. Prove that these are even physical objects. Maybe it's all electrical. People have...
Here it is. Look, Hans. It's Jupiter. It's a physical object. Hooray! Let's look at amateur Jupiter photos. And again, Hans, you could do this. Go buy a telescope and you can see Jupiter yourself with your own eyes. Jupiter is a fucking planet, Hans. Get off your ass, stop posting on the internet, all your shit posts, and do something yourself.
Have pointed out the moon, what they call craters on the moon. They're clearly not impact craters. They don't go deep, and they look like corrosion. Maybe people have pointed out maybe the sun and the moon, it's like giant battery stuff. I don't know. But I love hearing theories like that more than I like hearing about NASA stuff, which I just know is wrong. And
you can't just know something's wrong without evidence, Hans. That's how you get incorrect answers.
It's a bunch of CGI BS. But anyways, it's just funny the type of ridiculous stuff that they'll predict, and then they'll just shove it under the rug. So there were some predictions that the comets would penetrate a layer of water and create a bluish shroud over that region of Jupiter. Interesting ideas. Astronomers did not observe large amounts of water following the collisions. Okay, so then what is it?
They were incorrect, Hans. Why would they admit being incorrect if it was all a scam?
This was just more... I just wanted to show to you that they don't know what's going on. They don't know.
Hans, science is about hypothesis and observation. That particular hypothesis turned out to be incorrect. And now they're studying why. That's what science is. Science isn't sitting on the internet like a jackass like you and I are doing and just saying, no, fake. You haven't done anything. Hans, it's okay to feel insecure about the fact that all you do is armchair quarterback from your house. But, like, don't try and elevate yourself to some level of, like, I'm enlightened, I know all the secrets. You don't, Hans. You don't. So stop. And if this is like an Andy Kaufman-esque prank where you're just like, you're nailing it. Every day you're putting out new bullshit. Not worth it. It just isn't. It's not that funny.
Counterintuitively, the atmospheric temperature dropped to normal levels much more quickly at the larger impact sites than at the smaller sites. Science is full of counterintuitive stuff. They still don't know why bikes stay up.
Yes, they do, Hans. This is a myth that you've perpetuated. Why do bikes stay upright? Like, it's like he heard this once and he never looked it up, which is such a Hans thing. Bicycles are inherently stable because of their geometry. The geometry causes the bicycle to always turn in the direction it begins to lean, which keeps it upright. The reason is best illustrated through a concept known as countersteering. Countersteering is how all two-wheeled vehicles turn. So Hans, maybe look things up before you talk. That'd be awesome.
And when people are riding bikes, it's not conservation of angular momentum. They've tested for these different things, and they still don't know why bikes stand up when they're going. And yet people think that they can tell you down to the degree what something on Jupiter is, and how far away it is, and how big it is, and just from looking at light.
That's a complete non sequitur. The two things have nothing to do with each other. Even if we didn't know why bikes stayed upright, we do. It would have nothing to do with whether or not we can make observations of Jupiter. That's not how argumentation works, Hans.
And I think that's a big mocking thing. All this stuff is light. And all of the claims that they make about NASA outer space land, all they're doing is observing light. Do you really...
Hans, every time you see something, it's observing light. What do you think looking at something is?
Really think that they can gather this much information from observing light? That's all they're doing, observing light. And
do you know what spectroscopy is, Hans? Maybe give that a Google.
Reminds me of the Plato cave allegory, seeing the flame, the light on the cave wall. They're selling you a story with light.
I just want to point out, Hans, if Plato were still alive, he would think you were an idiot. And he would be right.
And if you go use your eyes, and you just think for yourself, you will never come to the same conclusion as them, because it's just so obviously wrong. This just seemed fantastical, though. At smaller sites, temperatures 18 degrees Fahrenheit higher than the surroundings persist. Do you really think that they can tell you, within 18 degrees, what some giant gas ball super far away? And that's just, to me, where, I don't know, maybe there is some reality to what they're telling us with maybe those spots did get hotter, but it's not a giant gas ball super far away, because if it was a giant gas ball super far away, you wouldn't be able to tell the temperature difference of 18 degrees by just observing it from Earth. That's BS.
You probably can. Let's see. How do scientists know the temperature of other planets? The surface temperature of a terrestrial planet is determined by how much energy the planet receives from the sun and how quickly it radiates that solar energy back into space. As described in a later section, a terrestrial planet's interior temperature is determined by its size. So basically math, Hans. Do you understand math? Or is math a conspiracy because you don't understand it?
So they contradict themselves all the time. The system doesn't make any sense. They are NASA outer space land system. But they might be hiding glimpses of truth in there. Maybe the temperature did go up at those sites, I don't know. This was really interesting. Exactly 15 years after the alleged impacts, a new black spot about the size of... See, ridiculous claims like this about the size of the Pacific Ocean. How could you corroborate something like that? These claims are outrageous.
Because they can measure it and compare it to the size of the Pacific Ocean. Thank you, Cuddly Flower, for subscribing with Twitch Prime.
Anyways, lots of interesting things. Scientists have concluded that another impact event had occurred, but what, they didn't notice it? There was an impact, but they just didn't see it this time? How does that work? Jupiter as a cosmic vacuum cleaner. I picked this because they're going to take every opportunity. The extinction of the dinosaurs at the end of the Cretaceous. Notice how they just state these things as if it's fact.
Because it is? Because there's evidence for it. Hans, Bud, get on the same page as everyone else. Come to reality. It's not always fun, but we have better snacks than whatever delusional state you find yourself in. I almost guarantee it.
They don't allow anybody to have any other opinion. Even though dinosaurs...
Hans, you don't get to have an opinion about facts. Dinosaurs existed. We know about when they went extinct. Like, You don't get to have a different opinion on that. You can, but you'll be fucking wrong.
Dinosaurs are so obviously fake. Dinosaurs are just as obviously fake as NASA Outer Spaceland is fake. But they're relentless. They are relentless.
Hans, you can go see fossils. You can go see them.
With talking about their hoaxes. Anyways, I think I mostly said what I wanted to say. Google today, purple and orange are their team colors. Saturn is Satan. They got just a triangle right here. They got the children stuff. What I wanted to point out about this, notice how outer space stuff is children themed all the time.
This isn't necessarily children themed, it's just like a cute art style. But yeah, stuff like dinosaurs in space, a lot of stuff shows up in kid stuff because kids like stuff that's cool. And space is cool.
Even if outer space stuff is in some sort of adult programming, it has the childish flair to it. I think that they're just...
What would define childish flair?
Just mocking. Outer space is for kids, because you're supposed to grow up and realize that it's a big joke. It's a bunch of BS.
No.
You're not supposed to be gullible. Anyways, here's the person that Google was talking about today. Their name, Dylan. They're telling you, their name is Dylan. Look it's...
Dylan can be a woman's name, you absolute fucking idiot.
Children. It's for children. Dylan Ariert. Space is for children. Don't be deceived. Just say no. No, I don't believe you. No. It's not believable. It's really not believable. Don't be gullible.
Hans, you believe every conspiracy video I think you've ever watched, and you're preaching about not being gullible? Jesus Christ.
And I'll just end with this, because the Bible talks about it like host, the host of heaven. And some people believe that the stars are angels. And I guess I will say, last night I did see a lot of star activity. But these days, I don't know, I think they have drones up there with lights on them. They're always flying helicopters all over the place these days. But I have seen stars move, and it's really... I've just seen it very frequently these past few years.
Hans, you're probably seeing satellites that move. Ugh.
Since I've been awake. And it seems like every other month there's different signs in the stars in the sky. And I don't think it used to be like this. I think it's the end of days. Anyways, when I tried to look up host, it just seems like something that's being gatekept. Like, what are the host of heaven? Are they alive? Are they angels? I don't know. But when you look up host, it doesn't really talk about the angel stuff. Saba. Appointed, time, army, battle, company, host, service, waiting upon. But they don't really talk about stars.
Because that's not what that is? Heavenly host doesn't mean stars?
I thought this was interesting, though. Muster. I don't often make the connection of muster, like to muster an army, and then mustard is a symbol that's used often in the Bible. Like a grain of mustard that turns into a whole tree, or to muster an army. I think that's an interesting connection.
Hans, mustard is called mustard after the plant. Mustard plant. Let's look at the etymology for mustard plant. The English word mustard derives from the Anglo-Norman mustarde and Old French mustarde. The first element is ultimately from Latin mustum, meaning young wine. Let's see what muster etymology. Monstrare, mustrare, to show. So they just sound alike. They have nothing to do with each other, Hans. Take 5 seconds to look something up before you talk.
So it does come, the whole idea of host does kind of come from this idea of to mass an army. The heavenly host. That's it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. God bless everyone.
Hans, here's my final word on this because you might see this clip. Hans, I know you don't believe this, but you're legit a psycho. You're crazy. You're a crazy person. Please stop. Please stop. Here's a link to my YouTube channel in the chat. Hans, you are a living embodiment of the Dunning-Kruger effect. You know so little that you do not understand how little you know. And it causes you to think that your opinions matter on subjects you know less than nothing about. You know negative information because of how much misinformation you've allowed yourself to have shoved into your brain. The Earth is not flat. For fuck's sake, Hans. Gravity's real. I don't really know what else to tell you. I'm just disappointed, Hans. And if you are, like, again, an Andy Kaufman-esque prank channel, I don't understand the end game. However, Hans, if you'd like to come on the show and talk to me about your belief system and prove me wrong, and prove that you aren't a colossal moron, please do so. Go ahead and message me at my YouTube channel. I'm Hannah Reloaded here on YouTube. Chat is valid. And I think we're going to do a raid to Jake. Raid actual Jake. So, thanks everyone. Hope you have a good night. Chat is valid. Check out my YouTube channel and subscribe. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. Hans, for the love of God, read a book. Good night, everyone.
Thanks, Hannah, for coming and hanging.